Good morning. Now, yesterday we had done problems in EMI and alternating current. Now, there are two important concepts which I still want to tell you. They're extremely important for your JEE preparation. One is the RL circuits. Right? Now, if you correctly remember, in the last week class, we had discussed the RC circuits. Remember? And in the RC circuit, what is the formula I gave you for the RC circuits? Remember? I told you Q at any time t is Q infinity minus Q infinity minus Q naught e to the power minus t by tau. Remember? Where tau was equivalent into C. Correct? In an RL circuit, we can have a similar formula. And the formula is I as a function of time t is I infinity I naught e to the power minus t by tau, where tau is equal to L by R. Perfect. So let's substitute the values. Now, in a capacitor, I told you when you close the switch, capacitor instantaneously gets charged, which means it offers no resistance. The current in the circuit will be purely E by R. Right? In case of inductors, it's just the opposite. As soon as you close the switch, the back EMF offered by inductor is maximum. The value is LdI by dt. The back EMF is LdI by dt. Now it's maximum. Maximum means it is close to E. So what happens is that when you close the switch, it offers maximum resistance. The current in the circuit is 0. So I naught in this case will become 0. As time passes, steady state is reached, di by dt becomes almost equal to 0 because the change in current with a lot of time will tend to 0. Ldi by dt will tend to 0. This inductor does not offer any resistance. So the current in the circuit will be E by R. So I infinity is correct. So if I were to write this equation in the final format, this will be E by R 1 minus e to the power minus t by tau. Perfect. And if he says find the potential difference across inductor, so it will be L, if I'm talking about the magnitude, L di by dt. Differentiate this function. What is the value you get? What is the value? E. Okay. by R, tau को लिख सकते हैं L by R into L e to the power minus t by tau. यही है ना? What is the value? Perfect. If I wish to calculate the potential difference across the resistor, that will be equal to Ri, R E by R 1 minus e to the power minus t by tau. Perfect. Okay. Now, on the basis of this question, on this concept, there is a problem which came in J 1997. J 97. We had one of the finest papers in physics. Have a look at the question. L is 400 millihenry, resistance 2 ohms, battery EMF 12 volts. Fine. The question is, as a function of time t. Okay, now have a look at it. Realize one thing, that this, when I close the switch, the potential difference 12 volts will be across this and across this also. So actually I can split this circuit. Twelve volts, 400 millihenry, and resistance 2 ohms. Can I do that? Now the current in the circuit, I, will be 12 by 2. Let me call this as I1. And this is I2. Right? And what will be the current in this circuit? We had just derived the formula. What is the result? Boliye, E by R into 1 minus T by amperes. Perfect. Now, the value of tau. How to calculate time constant. Right? If you remember correctly, when we were doing the RC circuits, I told you to find out time constant, you can use Thevenin's theorem, which is you short this battery, right? This resistance will remain. Open this, and this resistance will remain. The idea, Tejaswini, is short the battery, and whichever element is less, in this case there are two resistances and there is one inductor. So the thing which is less, in this case inductor has, is only 1. Open it and find the equivalent resistance between these two terminals. Again, what is the value? Is it 4, 1, 2? 30 seconds. Is the equivalent resistance between these two ends 2, 4, or 1? Let's hear it out. What is your answer? 2. What's your answer? Tejaswani, what's your answer? Spell it out. Let's see. Right or wrong? What's your answer? 2. 2. 2. And the right answer is 2. Why should you get confused? Now, when I say find equivalent resistance between A and B, you're actually putting up a battery here. The current will start from this end, will go reach this junction. Now there is a resistance here and there is no resistance here. So the entire current will flow from here. Yes. Abhi kya hoga? The current will start from here, will not go here, will pass through here and come back here. So what is the equivalent resistance it is? So what is the value of tau in this case? L by R. L is how much? 400. But check the units also. 10 to the power. कितना आया? How much? 0.2. So your answer is 6 plus 6 into 1 minus e to the power minus. Yes or no? That's the answer. This is one question I wanted to discuss with you. Drop this off. Now there is one category of question which is again very, very important. Again in the RL circuits. I'll take that problem with you. Try this question. Such a question has never come in the JEE entrance exam. So we hope this is 4L, this is 5L. This is E, and this is R. Have a look at the question. Okay. Now in this question he says that initially this end is connected to switch number 1 and this is open, which means the current will flow like this. Steady state is reached. When the steady state is reached, you switch this end to this end. You connect this element, this end, to switch number 2. Now the question is, what will be the value of current as a function of time t? Now, have you understood the question? In the first state, there is a steady state which has reached. When a steady state is reached, you shift the switch to position 2, and he asks you, what is the value of current as a function of time? or for that matter, what is the value, instantaneous value of current when you shift to position 2? First, tell me what is the steady state value of current in position 1? E by? Perfectly fine. Now, Ajay has asked a question. You carry on, carry on. Ajay has asked a question that how do we calculate time constant? Ajay, in the previous classes, I discussed the RC circuits. Let me take a question for you. Ajay, what you're supposed to do is, when you have to calculate time constant for the entire circuit, short the battery. I'll write the steps also. Close the switch. See how many elements are there. There are 2 resistances and there is 1 capacitance. So out of these 2, the number of capacitances are 1. So open this. So your circuit actually becomes something like this. Now you have to find out equivalent resistance across these 2 terminals, A and B. That means you connect a battery here, the current starts from here, doesn't go here, comes back and comes back from here. So effective resistance is R. So your R equivalent is R, your C equivalent was initially C, your time constant is going to remain RC. That is how you calculate time constant. The same thing goes for an RL circuit also. Done? Okay. Now, I'll tell you a very interesting thought. Surya Dhyan se baat. Very correctly you said that when we connect them, steady state current is going to be no potential difference here, E, R, E by. If I were to ask you what is the flux right now in this situation crossing this, Li? Yes or no? Flux is L into I. What is the flux through a 5 Henry resistance? 5L, how much? L into I. Now what happens is, when you change the switch, flux are like magnetic lines of forces. Now when you change the switch, at that instant, these magnetic lines of forces will also pass through this. For that instant, the magnetic flux remains constant. The lines which are coming in from the 5L inductor will try to pass through this also. At that instant, the magnetic flux will remain constant. Now, what was the flux initially? 5L E by. Agreed? What is the total flux now? And let us assume the current is I. L goes well, and the value of I is 5E. इसको मैं E by R लिख दूं. This goes with this. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. 9L into I. L goes to L. E by R will remain. What is the value of I? Note it down. This is a very, very important step. Got the point clear? So, in cases, in questions where there are two inductors which instantaneously get connected, remember that at that instant, the magnetic flux will remain constant. Perfect. Ajay, I hope you must have understood. Now, finally, I'll discuss LC circuits with you. Which is also called LC oscillation. It's called LC oscillation. Why is it called LC oscillations? When do you think that a body oscillates or does SHM? When there is no dissipation of energy. भाई एक particle SHM कब करे? When it comes back to its original position, it maintains the same things. State में जब वापस आता है उसकी velocity same होती है. If I take a case of a simple pendulum, it raises to the same height, and when it comes back, it has the same velocity. When is that possible? When there are no losses. Losses karata kaun hai out of all the circuit elements? Resistor. In this case, there is no. So energy of the system will remain constant. That is why in LC circuits, charge, current, energy oscillates. Note this down. The logic also you should be aware of. Okay. For this circuit also, I'll give you a similar result. Q at any time t on the capacitor is equal to Q infinity minus Q naught cos omega t. The three formula which I've given you requires a lot of integration. I've given you a solution where you require absolutely no integration, and all the three formulae look similar. Yes, RC में charge का function था, RL में I का function था. In LC you have a charge function again. I used, instead of T equals T minus T by tau, there is an exponential growth or exponential fall because there was a resistor. Now, in this case, there is no resistor. That means there are no losses. Therefore, the energy will remain or charge will remain or will oscillate. You getting my point? So it is cos omega t. Now, understand karte hain, what do we initially mean by Q naught? Now, in this, Q naught, of course, is the initial charge given to a capacitor. What is it? Q. Now, how do I define Q infinity? Now, Q infinity is a charge on the capacitor when current in the inductor has reached its maximum value. Note this down. Q infinity is the charge on the capacitor when the current in the inductor has reached its maximum value. Okay? Now tell me, when current in the inductor has reached a maximum value, it means a constant value. In that case, L di by dt will become 0. If I is constant, the potential difference across in inductor की value कितनी होगी? L di by dt. I'm saying I is constant. So di by dt is 0. Therefore, L di by dt is 0. Therefore, the potential difference across this inductor is 0. Therefore, the charge across this will be 0. Okay? And the value of omega is 1 upon under root LC. Clear? Now, on this also, let me take one question, which will give you actually two of them. Have a look at this. He says the frequency of oscillation. I'll give you options. First, second, third, fourth. I think it's 30 seconds. Yes or no? What is the effective value of L? And what is the effective value of C? Khatam. Tell me the answer. What is the answer? B is the right answer. Absolutely right. Correct. Interesting. Now I'll take a final question on LC oscillation. Let me take this question for you. The question is, there are two capacitors and there is an inductor, and then there is a switch. It has a potential difference. The C capacitor and this capacitance is 3C. They have initial potential differences of V0 and 2V0, and in this inductor is L, and this is switch, and you close the switch. Now, as soon as you close the switch, there are three questions which he has asked. Question number one is, what is the maximum current in the inductor? That's one. What is the potential difference across the capacitor C, capacitor having capacitance C, when current is maximum? Two questions. Whenever you have problems in LC oscillations, please understand and remember, energy of the system will remain conserved. Inside a capacitor, the energy is half CV squared. Inside an inductor, it is half Li squared. Remember that. And third thing, which is important, is when maximum current is reached, LdI by dt becomes 0. There are three things which you have to remember in LC oscillations. Tell me, in both the questions, he has talked about maximum current. Whenever you have questions, identify these things. Now, I told you, what did I tell you? When current is maximum, then LDI by dt is, तो यही कर लेते हैं. Let's do the same thing. Zero means like this. This is C, this is, right? What was the initial charge here? CV naught minus CV naught. What is the charge here? 6 CV naught and minus 6 CV naught. Agreed? This was initially when there was a switch, when there was an inductor, right? Now, when you short this inductor, what will be the situation? Something like this. Yes or no? This is C and this is 3C. They are in parallel. They will have the same potential. Hai na? The charge will remain conserved. Initial charge kitna? What is the total charge here? 5. It's a positive charge and this is a negative charge. This will be equal to, they are in parallel means the capacitance will become, and the common potential will be. So what is the value of V? इसका पोटेंशियल अगर मैं x लेता हूँ, इसका कितना? इसका पोटेंशियल y लेता हूँ तो इसका पोटेंशियल कितना? अच्छा, you're thinking they are in series? They will be only in series if there is a. In that case, this potential and this potential will change. Okay? Very good question asked. Likho. And note this thing also, that series and a parallel thing which you just understood. Understood? Now, I think we can answer the question, the part B first. Do we have the potential difference now? Across this, what is the potential difference? Across this, what is the potential difference? What is the charge on this? I multiply this with. What is the charge on this? I multiply this with 3. 15 C V naught by 4. And once you have the potential difference, then you can also have the charge also. Correct? Now I want you to find out the maximum current. And I've told you that the energy remains conserved. क्या करोगे? Tell me, what is the initial energy the system had? Half, bolo, C V naught square plus half 3C 2V naught square. What is the energy the capacitances have now? They are in parallel, so net capacitance will be half 4C bolo, है ना? And what is velocity and what is the potential? Half C V square. ये किसको मिला होगा? Half L I max square. So from here we can find the value of maximum value of current. So with this, I think we have completed all the possible types of circuits Yes, there are a lot of things which could have been done. Once the syllabus gets over, then we can have problem session later on, right? Clear? So, girls, let's start. Right. Optics, study of light. ये होता है ना? Now, I want to ask you a simple question, then we can directly go on problem solving, and that is, why is the angle of incidence equal to angle of reflection? Why do we say that angle I is equal to angle R? Can you tell me, give me a logic? Why is it so? That angle of incidence is equal to angle of reflection? Why? Because if I give you a situation, a question, have a look at it. I have a mirror. Okay? It's in the category of spherical mirrors, parabolic, it could be parabolic, it could be spherical. I take this as my y-axis and this as my x-axis. A ray parallel to the principal axis comes, crosses from the focus. The principal axis cuts the principal axis of the focus. You all know that? If I say this coordinate is a comma 0, and I ask you, find the equation of the mirror. Equation of the mirror. Can you find out? Till now, you have thought there are only mirrors, spherical. Let's find out the equation of this mirror. Right. Let's see. तेजस्वी, समझते हैं बात. कुछ तो है जो missing है. There is something which is missing, and the missing link comes from this answer. Now listen to me very carefully. There was a mathematician called Fermat. He was dealing with ellipse, hyperbolas, parabolas. He observed a very interesting thing. He knew that in an ellipse, there are two foci, F1, F2. According to the condition or the property of ellipse, if I draw a line, call it P1, and connect this to this, or I take another point P2 and connect this to this, and F1 P1 plus P1 is equal to F1 P2 plus P2. This length plus this length is equal to this length plus this length. Now what Fermat did was, he placed a source of light here, and to his surprise, all the rays which I'll create this, I'll convert this into a mirror first. To his surprise, all the rays which started from this source reached here. This ray also reached here. He concluded, since their distances are same and the velocity of light for all of them will be same, that means all the rays which start from the source get reflected from the elliptical mirror, make an image, take same time. All the rays which start from source get reflected from a mirror, make an image. एक रे ये गया, एक रे ये आया, एक रे ये गया, ये सबकी सब rays take same time. Are you getting my point? Now, if I have this understanding and I use the same understanding here, let me take another ray. I'll take ray 1, I'll take ray 2. Now, according to Fermat, both are traveling from infinity. The time ray 1 starting from infinity, striking the mirror, reaching the focus, this time and this time should be same. Since I want to find equation of the mirror, let me define this point as x and y. अब ध्यान सुनना, अभी लिखो मत, just listen to me very carefully. If I draw a line here, this time and this time will cancel out. From infinity to this point and from infinity to this point will automatically cancel out. I need this length plus this length. This is origin. What is this length equal to? A minus x? Yes or no? Or x minus a? How? What is this length? A. And what is this length? X. So it will be time की बात करता हूं. Plus, what is this length equal to? X minus a whole square plus upon. Now, according to Fermat, this plus this should be equal to this plus this. This is a and this is a total. I'll remove c. I'll remove this a also. I'll square both the sides. X square plus a square minus 2ax plus y square is equal to a square plus x square plus क्या आया निकल के? होना भी यही चाहिए. It was a parabolic mirror. So this should be, लिखिए, this should be the condition for it. Agree? So according to Fermat's principle, light takes optimum time to start from a source to the mirror to the image. Optics is an extremely important topic for your JEE preparation. Almost like 5 to 6, 7 questions which actually come from optics. Okay, so we'll do it very systematically. I also want that you should absorb what we are teaching. आपको समझ में आता है? पक्का? Can I remove this? Now, taking this point further, students ask me, sir, हमको ये बताया जाता है that when a ray parallel to the principal axis hits a spherical mirror, it passes through the focus. Why? The JEE preparation is not about how many questions you solve. You solve one question and you understand why have you solved that question this particular way. You will not be required to solve many questions. One important logic, one important concept. Oh, मैंने ये काम उसके सामने करके दिखाया. मैंने कहा काम करते हैं यार. Let's take a parabolic mirror. चलेगा? And I told him, let's do one thing. Let's not have a ray which is parallel to the principal axis. And theoretically assume it passes through the focus. Let's prove this wrong. if you're able to prove this wrong, and also prove that why it is wrong, and also prove what is right, everything is fine. This is a parabolic mirror. There is a property of a parabola. What is it called? The directrix. You know this or not? There is a property of parabolas which says that if I drop a perpendicular on a directrix and join this point to the focus, these two lengths are equal. This is a property of a parabola. क्या बोला मैंने? These two lengths are constant. Now, they're equal. Not constant, equal. Now let's go to Fermat back. What did Fermat say? That the time this ray takes to travel from this point to this point and to this point should be least, minimum. That means this length plus this length should be the shortest length. Agreed? This is already equal to this. Therefore, this length plus this length should be the shortest length. And when is that possible? If they all lie in one straight line. Are you understanding what I'm saying? That means a ray which is parallel to the principal axis will be the only ray which will pass through the focus, because this ray is taking the least distance to travel from the source to the mirror to form the image. Note it down. Perfect. This is one thought I wanted to give you. Right. Now, suppose we take a question. So there is a ray. Okay? The vector equation of that incident ray is, say, I cap plus j cap plus k cap. That incident ray hits a mirror, and the mirror is in the xy plane. He says, what will be the unit vector of the reflected ray? There is an incident ray. The vector representing that incident ray is I cap plus j cap plus k cap. That ray hits the xy plane. The ray gets reflected. What is the unit vector along the reflected ray is what my question is. First of all, I'll tell you the formula. बड़े ध्यान से देखिए. The reflected unit vector or the unit vector of the reflected ray is equal to E1 cap, cap is the unit vector, minus 2 times E1 cap dot n into n cap. This is the vector equation of laws of reflection. Did you know it earlier? No, you did not. Note karo usko. All the concepts which I'm discussing have come up in, already have there been in the entrance exam. So this is absolutely imperative for you to know this. Now, if I give you this result, have the formula, can you now find out the value? Just remember, it is cap. You need to find out the unit vector first. Chaliye. 3 minutes. Time starts now. Fast, jaldi se karo. Think you are in the examination hall. Two minutes are gone. I'm sure this much of mathematics we are very, very sure of. Please give me the answer. What will be the direction of n cap? What is n cap? The unit vector along the normal. If the mirror is in the xy plane, what will be n cap? K cap. K cap. N cap will be k cap. Answer? What is the answer? Is this the answer? Yes? You took almost like 3 minutes to solve it. I'll give you a method. We know this result, but I'll give you a method which will take you 30 seconds to solve it. Okay? 30 seconds. And my time starts now. A ray of light follows Newton's corpuscular theory. And what is it? He says a ray of light is array of balls. And these balls are colliding with a plane surface, frictionless plane surface. If a ball with a velocity hits the surface and rebounds back, which is one component of velocity which reverses? The component along the normal. Yes. And why does it reverse? Because when a ball hits a surface, the velocity will only change when there is a force or when there is an impulse. When a ball touches the mirror, the impulse is along the normal. When a ball hits a surface, it has two components. It has a Vx and it has a Vy. It hits the surface, plane surface. Now, when it hits the plane surface, there is an impulse which is acting in the upward direction. Yes or no? And because of this impulse, the velocity changes. Now, if the direction of impulse is along the vertical, which component of velocity will change? The vertical component. Yes or no? Now, what do I mean by the vertical component? The component of velocity along the normal. And what change happens? The direction just reverses if the collision is pure elastic collision. Yes or no? Now, Newton said a ray of light is array of balls. So which component of incident ray will change? The component which is along. And in this case, what was that component? K cap. पहले कितना था? Plus K cap. अब कितना आया? Minus K cap. Because it is a unit vector, you divide it by 2, 3, 30 seconds. Answer over. Now imagine करिए situation. The same question. He says a ray, I cap plus J cap, K cap, hits an XY plane, then hits the YZ plane, then hits the XZ plane. So every time the normal component reverses. XY में Z change हुआ, YZ में X change हुआ, XZ में Y change हुआ. Final answer क्या होगा? 30 seconds. Perfect? Okay, next. So I've given you a formula. My way of teaching is I explain the concept, give you a formula, and then you tell you a trick. Because ultimately, in the entrance exam, we have to solve the questions faster than anybody else. Clear? Now, in ray optics, there is another concept in which questions have regularly come, which is called field of view. Field of view. Okay? On the basis of that concept, which has so many times come, I'll give you a question. Have a look at the question. This is the y-axis. This is the x-axis. Okay. I'm placing an object at 2, 0. There is a wall on which I'm hanging a mirror. This coordinate is 4, 1, and this coordinate is 4, 3. The height of the mirror is 2 meters. Perfect. Now there is a man who starts walking, strolling along the y-axis. चलना शुरू कर देता है. वो कहता है यार, I want to know one thing, or I want you to tell me. Now that person who is walking along the y-axis, in which region, under what y coordinates, will he be able to see the image of the object? In which region will he be able to see the image of this object? Have you understood the question first? By the way, how do I see an object through a mirror? When the reflected light reaches my eye. Okay? I'm not following the incident light. I'm actually following. See, I can directly look at the object because object rays emit kar raha hai, maine dekh liya. I don't want this. I want the rays of the object from the source to hit the mirror and then reach my eye. When the reflected ray will reach my eye, then I'll be able to see the image of that object through the mirror. So he's saying that if this man is walking along the y-axis, in which region will the reflected ray reach his eye? That's the question. Start. Okay. Tell you one thing. If I want to find the range, the region in which I can see or this observer can see the image, yes or no? So the first time he sees the image of this object is when he reaches this point. And the second, once he enters this region, he will continue to see the image till the point he reaches here. And after this, he will not be able to see the image. My question is, what is this y1? And what is this y2? So the region automatically will be between y2 and y1, right? Now, how do you solve this? Tell me one thing. अगर मैं इसको extrapolate करके पीछे लाता हूँ, if I extrapolate like this, what will be this coordinate? Follow? Stop solving it. Come, sit here. Answer my questions. Question will be automatically solved. I'm saying if I extrapolate this reflected light, ये coordinate कितना होगा? There's a mirror. This distance has to be equal to this distance. What is this coordinate? So this coordinate will be, yes or no? I want this length. Yes or no? Let me take this angle as theta. By the way, what is tan theta equal to in this case? 1/2. And the same tan theta goes here also. What is this equal to? So what is the value of y1? So this coordinate is, find the second coordinate on your own. What is the coordinate? Zero comma 6. Even if you extrapolate this ray, इसको तो यहीं पहुंचना है ना? कितना आ रहा है? What is this coordinate? Tan theta. Find tan theta again. What is tan theta in this case? What is this length? How much is this length? 3. 3 by, this should be equal to y2 by 6. 2, 3. So this is 0 comma. Clear? Perfect. Great. Next question. Imagine a situation like this. You have a mirror. You have an object. Velocity of the object is v0. Velocity of the mirror is vm. And somebody says, an observer is standing here. What is the velocity of the image with respect to ground? Okay. Let me take these values. Let me take this as 15 meters per second, and this is 5 meters per second. Should I tell you the concept or the formula? पहले क्या बताऊं? Formula or the concept? Concept. I like that approach. The distance of the image from a mirror is equal to the distance of the object, and this distance has to be the perpendicular distance, and the mirror has to be stationary. If the mirror is stationary, then the distance of the image from the mirror is equal to the distance of the object from the mirror. You agree? Perfect. Mirror तो move कर रहा है, तो रोक देते हैं उसको, observer को बिठा के. Now, when you stop the mirror, what exactly are you doing? You are practically or theoretically in the backward direction applying a velocity of 15 meters per second. That is how it will stop. You do the same thing here also. This was 5. 15 आपने mirror को रोका, 15 यहाँ लगा. What is the velocity of the object with respect to mirror now? What will be the velocity of the image with respect to the mirror? In this direction, yes or no? Because this distance is increasing, so this distance also has to increase. But this is with respect to the mirror. Why? Because the observer is still on the mirror. इसको उतार देते हैं नीचे. आप इसको उतार के जैसे ही यहाँ लाएंगे 15 आगे ऐड करेंगे. Yes or no? So what is the value? This is the answer to this question. Note it down. Clear? Absolutely. Start the slide, sir. Have a look at this question. Okay. अभी जो क्वेश्चन आपने सॉल्व किया, the question you just now solved, what is the formula which is generated from that concept? चेक करते हैं. ये तो नहीं है. आ रहा है? Same? ये आ रहा है ना? This is the formula. Write the formula. We first understood the concept and then derived the formula. Generally, students and we do the other way. Write the formula and then solve the question. First, derive the formula. Or ये ठीक है, clear है? आप इस question को देख लें. In this question, what is the velocity of the image, by the way? 0. Perfect. Yes or no? Now, object SHM कर रहा है. What will be the velocity of this particle during SHM? Differentiate the function. करो, जल्दी करो. We have very less time. बोलो 2a omega will be equal to 2a omega, yes, cos omega t minus, what is the value of t? Yes or no? No? Perfect. Next slide, sir. Great. Have a look at this question. In this case, the equation of a mirror is a sine theta, or the shape of the mirror is a sine theta. Okay, this is y-axis, this is x-axis. A ray of light traveling horizontally becomes vertical after reflection. He says, what are the coordinates of that incident ray? कुछ ऐसे? Yes. He's saying, find these coordinates. And the equation of the mirror is y equals 12 by pi sine pi x by L. What is the concept you will use? What is the concept you have learned? That the angle of incidence is equal to ng. What is the angle of incidence here? 45. The angle between the incident and the reflected light is 90. And both the angles have to be equal. So what is the angle of incidence? Clear? So if I draw a normal like this is 45 and this is also 45. Clear? Acha. If I draw a tangent like this, what is going to be this angle? Itna? What will be this angle? This ray is perpendicular to this ray. Boliye. This ray is perpendicular to this ray. So whatever the angle here is, this angle will also be 45. That means the slope will become tan 45 is. And when you draw a tangent, what do you actually find out? What is tan theta? Slope. The equation is, can you differentiate it to find slope? And can we put it equal to 1? And can we find the answer? Yes? Do it fast. Do it fast. Speed thoda sa increase karo. Prove your speed. You understand and pick up the concept well, but you have to master the speed also. Don't write all the steps when you are solving it. Skip steps. You're not getting marks for the steps, right? Mental calculation kiya karo. This will be 1. Yes or no? Aage solve karo. X by L is pi by 2. ठीक है सर. D by dx is 1. No? Good. Very good. So what is the value of x? L by 3. L by 3 or 3L? X is... Now, one thing which you have to... X is L by 3. Aa raha hai? Maza aaya? Enjoy the question. Now, so listen. Don't find y. Check the options first. There is only one option which has x equals L by 3. So why should you solve y? Save time. Use the format which JE has prepared for you. Clear? Interesting question? Okay. Third slide, please. This question also has come in. This is from the JE. In this question, he talks about an incident ray as a vector. And he asks you, the unit vector along the refracted ray. Yes? Yes or no? So what do I need to solve this? The vector equation of refraction. Likho. To solve this question, we would need the vector form of law of refraction. Perfect. Okay. Now tell me, what is Snell's law? U1 sin I is U2. देखना ध्यान से. Incident ray normal. Angle of incidence refracted ray R. If I call this as E1, incident ray ka unit vector, and E2 as the unit vector along the refracted ray, girls, tell me something. Can I write this as? Can I do that? I open this bracket. क्या लिखोगे? E1 cap बोलो into n cap into sin I. Now E1 cap is a unit vector, magnitude unity. N cap is a unit vector, magnitude. So practically क्या आ गया ये? Sin I. लिखो. This is your vector form of the law of refraction. अब तो टाइम नहीं लगाएंगे ना. What is the value of mu1 in this? Fill in the blanks करते हैं. mu1 कितना है? √2 कितना है? अब mu2 कितना है? √3. Yes. E1 कितना है? 6√3 I cap plus 8√3 minus 10 upon कितना हुआ है? नेट नीचे बताओ कितना आ रहा है? Fast, 30 seconds. What should be in the denominator? You're taking too much of time. कितना? You just have to square and add, right? So square and add these three quantities. कितना आता है? 20? Yes. This is E. Now you have to find E2. अच्छा, n cap क्या होगा, by the way? What is the plane of the refracting surface? XY. So this will be fantastic. Now E2 cap को मैं ले लेता हूं. Can I take this as AI cap plus BJ cap plus, since it's a unit vector, yes or no? You can compare the coefficients. You can do that. You can solve the answer. Find the answer. And the correct option is A. So when you go back home, you can solve this question completely on your own. I've given you the concept. Have you understood this? Interesting now? Acha, in mirrors, in spherical mirrors, I'll give you two graphs which will be important for you in solving problems. Fatafat likh do. I'll talk about a concave mirror first. If I were to plot 1 by u versus 1 by v, in a case when image is real, this is how your graph looks like. If I were to plot the same for a concave mirror and the image is virtual, then this is how the graph looks like. This is minus 1 by u. Okay? If I were to do it for convex mirrors, and if I were to do it jointly, the combined graph for real as well as virtual, okay? And if I were to do it for convex mirrors, this is extremely, extremely important for your mains preparation. Perfect. Now, I'll draw another mirror. If I have to go slightly further, instead of 1 by v, 1 by u, if I were to plot u versus v, how would the graph look like? Let's draw it. Okay. Let's start with a concave mirror. I'm taking u here, v here. Perfect. That's my concave mirror. So this will be plus u, and this will be plus v, and this will be okay. Now in a concave mirror, that means the focal length and the radius of curvature will be negative because they lie on this side. So I draw a line like this. What would this represent? I draw another line like this. What would this represent? I'll draw a line like this. What would this represent? Understand? Focal length will be negative. In a concave mirror, focal length negative रहेगा ना convention के हिसाब से. And what would this represent? Yes or no? Tell me, where is the center of curvature in this question, in this graph? What is C? Coordinate क्या होता है C का? 2f मिलते हैं? किधर मिलते हैं? इधर मिलते हैं ना? C. बताओ. Okay. लॉजिक समझ में आ रहा है ना? this graph will be a very important tool for you. Have you understood this? Acha, tell me, 1 by v versus 1 by u will be a straight line. V versus u will be a hyperbola. How is v related to u? फॉर्मूला लिखते हैं ना 1 by v plus 1 by u. Don't use that. This is the next level. When you do this, you reach this. याद कर लो, uf upon u minus f. Perfect? और देखो interesting चीज. If I divide v by u, this is magnification. So magnification is f by u minus f. Remember like this, because f given होगा, u given होगा. When you write 1 by u plus 1 by f, it takes a lot of time. Perfect? And you have to use sign convention. Like for example, if I say v equals uf upon u minus f, and I'm dealing with a concave mirror right now, for real objects, u will be negative. F by default is always negative. And what is magnification equal to? Minus v by u. Perfect? Minus v by u. Okay, so this is how this graph looks like. Hyperbolic function, कैसे बोल रहा हूं मैं? This, what does this region signify? That when u tends to infinity, v tends to f. Asymptotic हो रहा है? यहाँ देखो. When, what does this signify? When u tends to f, v tends to. ठीक? यहां से लेके आप चलो बनाओ पहले बनाओ इसको. अब इधर से लेके आते हैं जहां पर ये ग्राफ ब्रेक होता है. ब्रेक्स यहां से स्टार्ट करूंगा. ये u minus f and v will tend to infinity, and this will be v minus f and u will tend to पोल से पास करेगा क्योंकि वहां पर x और y दोनों. Okay, now you have to tell me in which region is the object real, image is real, where is magnification greater than 1, where is magnification less than 1. कौन बताएगा? Let's start. इधर आओ फटाफट, since we have very less time. In this region, u is negative, means in front of the mirror. That means object is real. Real object. Real object. यहां पर भी u negative है. Real object. Virtual object. Okay? Right? Acha, real image will be when the image is formed in front of the mirror. That means real तब तक होगा जब तक v, जब होगा तब when v is negative. V negative कहां पर है? Till the time we are down here. So this will be real image. This will be real image. This will be क्या? Virtual image. और यहां पर भी बोलो कैसे? V negative नहीं है. Real image. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time to absorb. Do not be in a hurry. थोड़ा सा स्कोर जूम कर दो जाए. Zoom the graph. That will be fine. थोड़ा सा और काम. Right? Okay guys, okay girls. Now, magnification का दो चीज निकालना है हमको. Whether magnification is plus or minus, or whether the magnification is greater than 1, less than 1, or equal to 1. I told you magnification is minus v by u. पहले चेक करते हैं magnification greater less than 1 कब होगा. If I talk about this region, as I go to this region, u tends to, and magnification is v by, so therefore magnification will be in this region. So magnification is in this region. V tends to magnification is, and in this region magnification is. Very good. है ना भाई? परफेक्ट. अब मुझे फटाफट मैग्निफिकेशन माइनस और प्लस और बता दें. ओके ओके. हियर in this region, V and U both are negative. The magnification will be negative, positive. In this region, both V and U are negative. In this region, and in this region, now if you have any problem in a concave mirror, he says object starts from infinity, goes to C, velocity of the image, magnification will decide. In which direction, if the object is moving towards the mirror, in which direction does the image move with respect to the mirror? The sign of magnification will decide. Real hai ya virtual hai, you have the entire map with you. So when you have to revise your mirrors, concave mirrors, or you solve any problem, just to remember this graph and everything will be fine. If I were to draw the same for a convex mirror, try karna. And what we'll do is we'll give you this for a homework. So next time when I come, but how will I check the homework? We'll have to draw it right now. Banao. Draw it for a convex mirror. Okay. Achha, in a convex mirror, the focal length and the radius of curvature will be positive. इधर बना हुआ ना? इधर बनाऊंगा? या? एक ऊपर बनाऊंगा? Yes. And I'll draw it here also. है ना? Okay. What does this line mean? What does this line mean? And what does these line? This is U is. This is U is. This V is. And this V is. You wanna see? है ना? ऐसे बनेगा. है ना? और यहाँ से ऐसे बनेगा. जरा fill in the blanks करना. Real object, virtual object, real image, virtual image. Do it fast. see we have less time, so I'll just real object, check me, right or wrong, in front of the mirror now, real image, yes or no, magnification will be negative, yes or no, yeah, magnification is minus v by u, and in this case your x, negative or positive, negative, no? Negative, x is negative, and what about v? V is positive. So, and here it tends to, the line, in this line tends to v tending to f and u tending to, so magnification will be, ये कितना होगा फटाफट बताओ जल्दी बताओ, रियल वर्चुअल ऑब्जेक्ट, इधर आगे ना हम लोग, वी आर on this side, and this will be virtual image, and बोलते रहो, greater than 1 and m negative positive, इधर बोलो फटाफट बोलो, come on speak up, virtual object, yes or no, virtual image, m greater than 1, m positive or negative, negative, यहां पर virtual object, virtual image less than 1, m negative. Check it out. ठीक है ना, परफेक्ट, अंडरस्टूड, कोई भी एक चीज देख के देख लो, चेक इट आउट, इसको देखो, वांट टू चेक दिस रीजन, आप इधर हो, virtual object, virtual image. Now, when you're talking about this, your v tends to infinity, yes, and u tends to f. Magnification is v by u, so v is greater, right? In this region, v and u both are positive, so magnification is perfect. We had studied earlier that whenever we used to deal with convex mirrors, we used to always think that images are always virtual. The image real भी है, आए बात समझ में? So now we are done with reflection and a bit of refraction. Now comes the real thing. In JEE entrance exam, maximum questions come from lenses, refraction. Now, I'll give you a formula which requires no sign convention. You do not have to remember lens maker, any of the formula, but you have to understand this very, very carefully. Let me take a refracting curve. The refractive index here is V1, and the refractive index here is V1. Let the radius of curvature be R. Now, first thing first, I'll define a term for you. Power. What is power equal to? 1 upon F in meter. We'll prove it wrong. We'll prove this formula wrong, and I'll tell you that is only for one special case, or else it is not equal. Hai na bhai? Yes. Power for you is mu concave minus mu convex upon R. What I mean is mu on the concave side minus mu on the convex side upon the radius of curvature. Likhiye. This is power of a refracting surface. Okay. Now you can have multiple refracting surfaces also. Say you have a question like this. Mu1, mu2, mu3, mu4, mu5, R1, R2, R3, R4. He simply asks you, find the power of this optical system. You simply have to add the powers of all the refracting surface. Start. सब एक साथ बोलेंगे. Come on. What is the mu on the concave side? आवाज नहीं आ रही. अब अभी नहीं आई. I'm not listening. I'm not hearing. जोर से बोलो. mu2. सब लोग जोर से बोलेंगे. mu2 minus upon जोर से plus next mu2 minus upon, okay, next, this is the concave side, mu4 minus upon plus mu5 minus mu4 by, this is power of all these refracting surfaces. Simple. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड दिखा रहे हैं. इसका आंसर बताना कितना होगा. कैन यू कैलकुलेट द पावर. कितना पावर बोलो. कितना पावर. यस. 4 minus 2 by 1. This is concave minus convex upon R. Clear? But he's asking about focal length. You only know power. Up next step पर आएंगे. I'm again drawing the same refracting surface. This is mu1, this is mu2, this is R. Now, if the object is placed in medium 1, this is object, I'll take this distance as x. I'll call this real. Why is it real? Because it is kept. दिख रहा है, रखा है. Or reasons, why is it real? Because rays will be diverging from this point. It's a real object. You agree? If the image is formed in the medium mu2, we call it the real image. Okay? So how do you differentiate between real object and virtual object? Object real, which is kept there. How do you know whether the image is real or virtual? अगर object का medium mu1 और image भी बन रहा है mu1 में, virtual. If the object is in mu1 and the image is in mu2, real. Clear? बात खत्म? Now the formula. mu1 by x. Medium by the object distance plus refractive index of medium 2 upon image is power. देखो. mu1 by x plus mu2 by y is power. ठीक है. Perfect. अब suppose I want to calculate the focal length, which means y will become and x will become, if the rays are coming from infinity, then only will they meet at focus. x कितना हो जाएगा? Infinity. y कितना हो जाएगा? लिखें. mu1 by infinity, mu2 by f, और पावर तो आपको निकालना आता ही है. mu1 minus mu2 by r. ये सुनो, f कितना आ गया? एंड बाय द वे, ये था क्या? आप आते ना, फोकल लेंथ कितनी हुई इसके हिसाब से? व्हाट इज द फोकल लेंथ? इट इज नॉट 1 by p, it's mu2 by p. पार है ना? एफ निकाल लेना, एफ कितना हो जाएगा, पी म्यू टू बाई पी. इट इज नॉट ऑलवेज 1 by p, or p is not always 1 by f. There can be a difference. Understood? पक्का जी? अभी इस क्वेश्चन को कर लें क्या? अभी जो क्वेश्चन ऑन योर स्क्रीन है, कैन वी सॉल्व इट नाउ? ये रहा. mu1 is 2, mu2 is 4, r is 1. Let's start the formula. क्या लिखूं? 2 by infinity, yes or no? भाई ऐसे आ रहा है ना, प्लस 4 by f equal to, so what is f equal to? कैसा लगा? इमेजिन करो, जस्ट इमेजिन, ये कितना डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन लगेगा. जेई के अंदर ही क्वेश्चन आता है, इस सिस्टम का फोकल लेंथ निकालो. इफ यू गो द रेगुलर वे, बस छोड़ ही देंगे. हर सरफेस का एक लाइन में आंसर करते हैं. करें क्या? बोलो आंसर क्या लिखूं? ये किसके बराबर होगा? टू कैलकुलेट पावर, mu1 बाई प्लस mu5 बाई, हाँ तो क्या, ये खत्म, ये आंसर. समझ में आया ना? What I'm saying is, suppose we have a question like this. Two, 3, 1, 5. R1 मीटर, सबका R1 मीटर ले लेता हूं, ठीक है? And he says, now I'll change the question. He says find the ratio of focal lengths. This system will have one focal length or two focal lengths? Why? अगर रे इधर से आएगा तो फोकस इधर आएगा, रे इधर से आएगा तो फोकस इधर आएगा, लेकिन दोनों का पावर सेम होगा. Please understand what I'm saying. Let me repeat again. mu1, mu2, mu3. ये क्वेश्चन आता है आपको जेई के अंदर, आर दिया है. He says find the ratio of focal lengths. Believe me, most of the students will leave this question or say they're same. But you are intelligent people, Udaan students. Different है आप लोग. सोचिए, if I were to send rays from here, क्या लिखूंगा? फटाफट बोलो. mu1 by plus mu3 by f1 equals power. We know power is what. निकाल के रख लेते हैं. कितना होता है? बोलो बोलो जल्दी जल्दी. mu1 mu2 minus by r plus, परफेक्ट. ओके, ये आ गया पावर. अब रे अगर इधर से आता, देन व्हाट वुड यू से? स्पीक. mu3 by infinity plus f2 is, क्या हो गया? यहां से f1 by f2 कितना आ गया दोनों से मिला के? बोलो, व्हाट इज f1 by f2? mu, the logic is, or the formula is, अब लिख लो आप, sigma mu I fi is constant. समझे? Getting my point? Okay, now निकालना इसकी फोकल लेंथ की रेशियो. क्या लिखेंगे? मान लेते हैं इधर से रे आता है, इधर फोकस बनेगा. क्या लिखेंगे? करो करो, सॉल्व सॉल्व सॉल्व. Then why don't you use this formula directly? समझो कितना फोकल है इसका नहीं कितना इसका कितना हाँ तो क्या ऐसे किया और फिर लंबा तरीका किया ना क्या समझ में आया इंटरेस्टिंग नेक्स्ट स्लाइड सर Now let's understand that how do we modulate this thought, this formula for plane refracting surfaces. अभी इसका क्या फॉर्मूला लिखे आप बोलिए what is the par equal to बोलो minus mu2 by and you wrote mu1 by x plus mu2 by er plane refracting surface के लिए this will become so par will become so your formula becomes mu1 by x plus mu2 by y is 0. Note it down. For a plane refracting surface, you can directly use this formula. Perfect. Up. Try to solve this question. करिए. There is a cylinder which is filled with liquid, refractive index mu. The radius of the cylinder is decreasing at a constant rate. It's shrinking. Volume remains constant. That means the liquid doesn't come out. There is an observer, R in a state of rest and at a distance L from each other. Great. The apparent velocity of the object as seen by the observer when the radius of the cylinder is R is Have you understood the question? The level of the liquid will keep changing. Take your time, आराम से करो. These questions actually look very scary. ये इतने scary है नहीं. For example, before we solve this question, एक दो thoughts समझते हैं. Say this, there is an object here. And that's the observer. Assuming this, say, depth is y. It's the observer who wants to see the object, right? According to my formula, mu1 by x plus mu2 by y, for a plane refracting surface, this should be equal to. आराम से करते हैं. ये mu water है ना? ये क्या लिखूं? mu water. X would be replaced by y. This is air. 1 by, say, d equals 0. What is d equal to? Minus y. Do you agree? Yes or no? You know mu is greater than 1. Therefore, this value will be less than 1. तो मतलब ये object basically मुझको यहाँ दिखाई देगा. And this distance will be equal to. पहले तो आप ये thought लिखो, फिर आपको समझ में आएगा. First write this thought, then things will be automatically clear. अच्छा ठीक है. अच्छा, what is the significance of the negative sign? As I told you, the object is in this medium and the image also is in the same medium. That is the relevance of the negative sign. अब आप मुझे बताओ, सपोज मान लेते हैं किसी इंस्टेंट पर रेडियस r, which is changing, but at some instant it is r, and the height of the fluid is say y. Okay. What is the distance between the observer and this image? This observer will find this object at this point. So what do you mean by an image? The position of the object with respect to the observer. अगर मैं पानी के अंदर हूं, inside the water, this is the object, and when I'm outside the water, object comes here. Okay, ये distance कितना हुआ? ये total L दिया हुआ. What is this distance equal to? From here to here. What is this distance? L minus. So what is the total distance from here to here? ये सपोज मैंने मान लिया. क्या डिस्टेंस है? क्या नाम दे इसका? बोलो क्या ले रहे? D ले. This is the distance of the object with respect to the observer. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. If I differentiate this function, what will I get? What he has asked. The word apparent means that this object is not seen here, but it's seen here. And he's saying, what is the velocity of the object as seen by the observer? यही है ना? So differentiate करते हैं, करना. ये कितना हो गया? 0. This, how much is this? And this is? You agree to this? Yeah. I just need to find y. Now this volume is constant, but this is continuously changing. So what can I say? That pi r square y is constant equal to v. Yes or no? From here you can find the value of dy by dt. Can you do that? You get the answer. Literally. If you solve this question, you can solve it further, right? Option is A. Next slide, sir. Wow. What an interesting question. Are you all understanding what I'm teaching you? Enjoying it? Very good. अच्छा, जो क्वेश्चन हमने भी किया है, एक और थॉट दो उसके आपके ऊपर. There is a problem in HC Verma. Most of the students fear that problem. अपन लोग करें. एक सिचुएशन देखो आप. यहाँ एक मिरर लगा दे. ये ले लेते हैं लिक्विड. वाटर ही ले लेते हैं. Let's see. There is a fish and there is a bird. Banana. Okay. I'll take the most difficult situation. Imagine what? And I'm sure my Udaan girls are going to solve it for sure. Imagine करो. Smile करके imagine करो. Fish going up. Wow. Bird coming down. Great. And the level of also fluid is also coming down. You cannot have a worse situation than this. And you have a mirror also. Fantastic. Achha, when you get a tough question, there are two things which can happen to you. One is you get stressed out and you feel, oh my God, such a tough problem. How will I do it? But the second thing which you feel is that, wow, it came before my final exam. At least now I should do it, so that I don't get into the same situation during the examination hall. Do you agree with this? The best way to save that day is to make all these days very, very tough for you. Perfect? अभी क्वेश्चन क्या देखो आप, देखना बड़ा सिंपल सा है, कितना क्यूट सा क्वेश्चन है. स्पीड ऑफ फिश with respect to bird. How simple. Speed of fish with respect to bird. सबसे पहले, whenever a question is given, identify the object and the observer. By the way, who's the object? And who's the observer? Right? Now, since we are dealing with velocities, distance upon time, so let's measure distances. Distance 1 ले लेते हैं. इसको रेफरेंस ले ले क्योंकि ये फिक्स्ड. ये ले लेते हैं y. इसको ले लेते हैं y2. और इसको ले लेते हैं y3. हाउ अमेजिंग, राइट? ऐसे वैल्यूज यहां भी लिख लेते हैं. dy1/dt पॉजिटिव होगा नेगेटिव होगा? तो देख नहीं था मेरी तरफ. पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव. ये डिस्टेंस इंक्रीज नहीं कर रहा, तो फिर गलती नहीं करना. व्हाट अबाउट dy2/dt? थैंक यू, you're amazing. What about dy3/dt? Fantastic. ये लिख लिया. ठीक, परफेक्ट. सो ये है जी हमारा ऑब्जेक्ट, और वो है जी हमारे पास एक फॉर्मूला. क्या फॉर्मूला है बताइए? प्लस, ठीक है. Always remember that you are measuring all these things with respect to the refracting surface. The distances have to be from the refract. X क्या है? Distance of the object from the refracting surface. And what is y? Distance of the image from the. Okay guys? ये distance कितना है? This is y2. y कितना लिखो? जोर से आवाज. So can I say mu water upon plus u2 is air upon d ले लेते हैं इसको. d, the distance is equal to, what is d equal to? With a negative sign. Negative sign signifies that the object and the image are in the same direction. Clear? Great. अच्छा, अब ये डिस्टेंस कौन सा हुआ? ये डिस्टेंस हुआ ना? Yes or no? मेजर कहां से करना है? ये डिस्टेंस कितना है? y3. So what is the distance between these two finally? y3 minus plus y2 minus upon, इसको मैं ले लेता हूं d dash. If I differentiate this, what do I get? The velocity of the fish with respect to bird. निकालना. Let's see. Don't commit silly mistakes. Don't use the negative sign because that is only for the convention part. कितना रहा है? डिफरेंशिएट ही तो करना है, वैल्यूज तो मालूम ही है. प्लस माइनस का ध्यान रखना बस. ये वाटर कितना ले रहे हो? 3/2 ले रहे हो? How much? Four by three. New water is 4/3. Huh? 4/3. Yeah. Yes, that's the right answer. 6 meters per second. मुश्किल था क्या? लगा मुश्किल आपको? Did you find it difficult? अच्छा, let's raise the bar of this question. अभी इस पर आएंगे. ये तो आप कर लोगे, आप कर लेंगे ना? पहले इसको करें क्या? ये पहले इसको खत्म करें. इसको करते हैं. उससे एनर्जी मिलती है. Right. Which refracting surface are we talking about? First of all, प्लेन है. म्यू की वैल्यू बोलो. 2. डिस्टेंस कितना? 4 meters per second है ना. I can take velocity also. कितना? Plus 1 by v equal to, what is v equal to? That means the observer who's standing here feels that this fish is traveling towards him with a speed of 2 meters per second. Now, ये कितना है? What is the velocity of the mirror? Step 1, stop this. What does it become? This will be. Remove the observer. Wow. आंसर तो 0 आ रहा है. करेक्ट. ये अगर इधर जा रहा है तो ये इधर जाएगा. ये मिस्टेक नहीं करना है. तो दिस विल बिकम -. See, if this distance decreases, even this distance should decrease. हो गया? Done. I mean, just imagine you had refraction, reflection, and mechanics. All 3 of them in one question. Done? In this question, in the previous question we were doing, let me raise the bar of this question. Now, till now, who was the observer? The bird. And what was it watching? The object, the fish, directly. Now, suppose bird decides, I'm not interested in the object. I'm not interested indirectly in the fish. I'm interested to know what is the image, velocity of the image of the fish with respect to me. दोबारा बताओ. अभी bird is watching the fish. So the fish goes up. The bird says, I want something else now. The image of the fish from the mirror. I want to see what is the velocity of the image of the fish with respect to the bird. Any question? Thought समझ में आ गया? Got the thought clear? चलिए खेलते हैं. Now, if I have to find out the velocity of the image of the fish with respect to the mirror, I actually have to find out the distance between the bird and the image of the fish. Do you agree? ये मिरर है ना, यहां बनेगा ना इसका इमेज. Yes or no? This distance will also be y1. This is already y1. Please understand. Bird किस चीज में इंटरेस्टेड है कि वो रे जो इसकी इमेज से आ रहा है, किसका? फिश का। मेरे को कहां से दिखाई दे रहा है? The bird is interested to know what is the distance which the fish, image of the fish had to travel to reach me. अब क्या होगा? ये fish, ये उसका image. This surface, for this surface, this becomes the object. Yes or no? Now the refraction will happen away. और ये bird यहीं बैठी है ना basically. Bird देखना चाहती है this ray, जो rays को यहाँ दिखाई, ये where is it actually coming from? You got my point? If I have to find out where does the bird see the fish's image, is where does the ray coming out from the image of the fish is reaching the bird from. Perfect. ये distance कितना है? From this refracting surface, what is the object distance? What is this? y2 plus my formula. क्या लिखो? Mu water upon y2 plus air, d equals 0. What is d equal to? Minus y2 plus y1. Fantastic. Perfect. ये इसका बात हो रहा है, ये रिफ्रैक्शन यहां पर हो रहा है ना, ये यहां पर आ गया सर, ये डिस्टेंस हुआ, ये जो रे रिफ्रैक्ट होकर इधर गया है, इफ आई एक्सट्रापोलेटेड, यही डिस्टेंस मैंने कैलकुलेट किया ना, d, and I'll add this to this, and how much is this? So plus y3 minus y2 will be the new distance. If I differentiate this function, I'll get the answer. Yeah, note it down. Should I repeat it again? मैं रेड पेन से करता हूं. What does the bird want to see? Fish's image. Where is the fish's image? Here. Here. From this refracting surface, what is this total distance equal? But this is the bird. The bird has to see the image. So if I'm inside the water, this is the distance the ray travels. But if I'm outside, this is the distance the ray travels. Are you getting my point? तो हमने पहले क्या किया? We took this as our refracting surface. This is the object length हो जाएगा ना? Object is here only. This is the refracting surface. So what is the total distance? y1 plus y2. Right? But the bird is outside. So it will be mu by this plus 1 by d equals 0. d निकाला आपने? d क्या निकाला आपने distance? ये d कौन सा distance? This distance. इस फिश की जो रियल पोजीशन है, इसको वो यहां दिखाई दे रही है. Because ray has traveled here, but it has also got deviated. So it's actually here, which it can see. And this distance is d. But I want to measure the distance of the observer from this object. So what do I add? Yeah. So that is how it has to be done. Could be one of the finest questions in optics, which I hope you have understood. Okay? I mean, as a homework, you want to try that, have you understood this concept or not? Ulta kar do. Who was the observer till now? Bird. And who was the object? Do the reverse. This becomes the observer, and this becomes. Next slide. This problem again has come in IIT JEE. And there is a specific reason that why I have selected this question for you. Till now, I told you that when you have multiple refracting surfaces, what do? Add powers. You can add power if the distance between the two refracting surfaces is not very large. In this case, this is one refracting surface. This is the second refracting surface, and they have a distance r. So in this case, you cannot add powers of these surfaces directly. पहले तो ये note करिए. The formula for power, which I've told you, is true, valid only when the distance between the refracting surfaces is negligible. So let's see what happens when the distance is not negligible. Okay. MR. This is R. It says it comes out parallel to the plane refracting surface. Great. Surface number one. Formula. क्या लिखूं? 1 by object distance. Girls, you have to respond. mu1. 1. Distance. Refractive index कितना दिया? 3 by 2. Yes or no? Into d. This is equal to. Find the value of d. What is the value of d? Is it greater than mr or less than mr? Is this distance greater or less than mr? Greater. So that means this surface, if an observer is sitting here, he doesn't see the object here, but he sees the object. That's a different thing. And what is the significance of negative sign? Same side of the refracting surface. Perfect. Now, this is for surface 1. Now let's talk about surface 2. Now for surface 2, what is the object distance? पहले बताओ, इस surface 2 में mu1 का value कितना होगा? Where is the incident ray? From which medium is the incident ray coming? For this surface, the incident ray is coming from this medium. So what will be the mu for that? And what is the distance of the object from this surface? ये कितना था? 3 by 2 mr plus. Perfect. Ray बाहर आया. What is the refracting index of this medium? And where is y being formed? Infinity. So therefore this should be equal to. निकालो यार. So that means if you have two surfaces at a certain distance, use this formula individually for different surfaces and find the answer. कितना आ रहा है? नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट बस हो गया, एम निकालो यार, कितना आया? टाइम क्यों लगा? वेव got stuck up. आपने गलती क्या करी है बताओ? आएगा ही, नॉट सीइंग द थिंग्स क्लियरली। ये क्या लिखा आपने? म्यू बाय, सो से बोलो एक्स, ये क्या लिखा? म्यू बाय बाय जीरो होगा। इज द सरफेस प्लेन रिफ्रैक्टिंग सरफेस? क्या लिखूं बताए, क्या लिखूं? 3 अब ठीक है ना? मिस्टेक्स करना बहुत जरूरी होता है, इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट टू कमिट मिस्टेक्स बट रेक्टिफाई देम आल्सो। Absolutely right. Next slide. Okay. क्वेश्चन देख, इस क्वेश्चन में मुझे कुछ करेक्शन करके देना पड़ेगा। देखो पहले देखो, he says it's a concavo convex lens placed on a plane surface। इस क्वेश्चन में करेक्शन कर रहा हूं। इट्स अ कॉन्वेक्स कॉनकेवो कॉन्वेक्स लेंस, इट इज प्लेस्ड, इसमें ऐसे देख के लग रहा है कि जैसे नीचे मिरर बना हुआ है। देयर इज नो मिरर, इट्स जस्ट अ प्लेन सिंपल सरफेस। ओके ओके, दिस R is 60, this R is 20 centimeters। The first question is, where should you actually keep the object so that the image is formed at the same point where the object is kept? The object and the image coincide. Where should I keep the object? So इसको बताओ, निकालो। This is silvered. Okay, ये भी मेंशन कर दो इसके अंदर, this portion is silvered, so it's a silvered concavo convex lens. How pathetic can things go? You have a concavo convex lens and it's silvered. By the way, when you silver a lens, how does it behave? Like a mirror. Very good. Do you know how to do that? अब इधर आओ। Let me first discuss silvering of a lens. It's a very, 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 very important thing. सब लोग ध्यान से देखिए please. Suppose I take this lens and silver it. This is mu1, this is mu2, this is R1, this is R2. अब मैं आपको फर्स्ट टाइम सिखाऊंगा how to calculate power of a silvered lens. Net power. The ray which enters this region, I'll need the power of this surface, of this refracting surface. Then it will get reflected. Then I need the power of the reflecting mirror. then it'll come back again, and then I need the power of this surface again. Yes or no? I told you ray goes from left to right or right to left. Power doesn't. Good for us. इस surface को 1 ले लेता हूँ, इसको 2. So can I say net power is 2 times P1 plus P mirror? L ले लेता हूँ. ये lens का ले लिया, या surface 1 ही ले लेते हैं. 1. And let me take this as, या इसका वैल्यू कितना होगा P1 का? वेरी गुड, सब लोग बोलो जोर से. mu2 minus, you know the best part about you girls is your absorption power is amazing. These topics takes 40-50 hours to explain. In 2.5 hours, if you could actually absorb and start telling me the answers, that means you're amazing. Seriously. Now the next thing is what you need to know is how do you find power of a mirror? Can you believe it? Likho. Power of a mirror is 2 mu by r. ठीक है, अब देखना तो मैं क्या लिखूंगा उसको. 2 म्यू कौन सा लूंगा? वाह, बाय ये आ गया आपका पी नेट. अपने ध्यान सुनिए. कॉन्वेक्स लेंसेज का पार पॉजिटिव होता है, पता है ना आपको. एंड फॉर कॉनकेव लेंस द पार इज नेगेटिव. डू यू ऑल्सो नो that if I take a concave mirror and I take a convex mirror, this is par is positive because this is converging and this is diverging. When you have a positive par, it means converge. When you have a negative par, it means diverge. That's how it is. Can you tell me in mirrors में से कौन सा diverging कौन सा converging होता है? जोर से बोलो. And convex? Are you sure? Yeah. That means in this case power is positive and in this case power is negative. मैंने चारों की पार्स बता दिया आपको. That's how it goes. Okay. Now there is a very interesting thought. You say when you silver a lens, it behaves as a mirror. आपने पार तो निकाल ली. ये पार किसकी आई? पूरे मिरर की. लेकिन मुझे फॉर्मूले में क्या चाहिए? फोकल लेंथ. सो हाउ डू यू ट्रांसफॉर्म फ्रॉम अ पार टू अ फोकल लेंथ? प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड. कॉनकेव मिरर का पार क्या है? पॉजिटिव. एंड व्हाट इज इट्स फोकल लेंथ? नेगेटिव. कॉनकेव मिरर का फोकल लेंथ क्या होता है? पार कितनी है? दैट मींस इफ आई हैव टू मूव फ्रॉम पार टू फोकल लेंथ आई हैव टू यूज अ फैंटास्टिक. देयरफॉर always remember when you find power net, this is equal to minus 1 by m. You don't forget to use this negative sign. Clear now? Now coming back to here, to this question. Power can be positive and power can be. Now we know that this silvered lens is now behaving as a spherical mirror. You agree? Now, but I want to know which mirror, concave or. If this comes out to be positive, कौन सा मिरर हुआ? comes out to be negative, कौन सा हुआ? और दोनों केस में, in both the cases, use do it fast. Very less time. Clear? Clear? Now let's solve that question. Once you've understood, अब इस सवाल को सॉल्व करने में अपने को 30 seconds लगने हैं. In most of the books, they go this way: refraction, reflection, refraction. Start करते हैं. मेरे को एक बात बताओ. If I want the object and the image to be at the same point, as rightly said by Tejaswini, she's always right, is if it's a mirror, and I want object and image to be the same point, then the object should be at R, twice F. हाँ या ना? ये silvered lens है. Can I calculate power? Can I calculate focal length? Can I multiply by 2, find the answer? Done. Start करते हैं, लिखते हैं इसकी पावर. मेरे साथ करो. क्या लिखूं? 2. सब लोग जोर से बोलो. प्लस. Raise your voice. Okay. क्या लिखूं? 2. Concave side. I believe this is 4 by 3, ना? No. 3 by. This is 1. Start. मेरे तो देखो यार, नीचे मत देखो. हाँ, बोलो. Concave minus convex. Concave कितना है? Minus by perfect plus 2. 3 by 2 by 20. निकालना पी नेट कितना है? This will be the world's simplest way to solve this question. I can challenge this. Okay. P net कितना आ रहा है? 2 by F कितना होगा? माइनस 15 by 2. R कितना होगा? माइनस 2 है. कितना हो गया? So where should I keep the object? 15 centimeters. R पे रखना है. R कितना निकालना है? मजा आया? सेकेंड पार्ट और भी इंटरेस्टिंग है, चेक करना. अभी क्या बोलता है ये? लेट्स फिल दिस पोर्शन विद अ लिक्विड ऑफ रिफ्रैक्टिव इंडेक्स 4/3. स्टार्ट करें? मचाएं? चलो शुरू हो जाओ. स्टार्ट. 2 times P1 बोलो. नाउ रिफ्रैक्टिंग सरफेस कौन कौन सा है? 1, 2. दिस इज अ रिफ्लेक्टिव सरफेस. इसका पार कितना होगा? R इज इंफिनिटी, सो पार इज, छोड़ देते हैं इसको. इसी का बात करना है ना. कॉन्केव साइड पर क्या है? माइनस बाय 6 प्लस 2. 3 बाय पार आ गया. ये सवाल खत्म हो रहा है. करो करो जल्दी करो. Okay, great. Right? Now, there are a lot of questions which I want to discuss, but what I'll do is, again, I'll mail you those questions. Now, let's move on to wave optics. Great. Maximum questions, or if I were to say all the problems in wave optics, come from YDSC and modified YDSC. Young's double slit expert. Now there is one thought I'll tell you, and then you will be able to probably solve all the problems. I will not go into the derivation part. You know that derivation. But there is an interesting thought I want to discuss. Generally it is said, told by everyone, that these two slits are basically two coherent sources. And then we select a point on the screen and we measure path difference. Students understand there is nothing called a path difference. What you can measure is phase difference. What is possible is phase difference. Now, from this apparatus, we can probably measure part difference. But two waves, when they interfere, do not have a part difference to meet. They have a phase difference to actually meet. That's point number one. Now, you measure that phase difference through path difference, through this apparatus. That's a different story. Number one. Number two. And I'll tell you, this phase difference, or which we generally call as a path difference, is not because the waves have traveled different distances. Like, for example, I'll explain. Suppose we decide that there are two waves which have to start from this point, A and B. They decide that we'll meet, say, at 1:30. If these waves were to start traveling at the same time, will they reach at the same time? You want to see interference on the screen. So what you are saying is that there are two waves which are meeting at the same time. Now, if they have to travel from different points, can they start at the same time to meet at the same time? नहीं. मतलब अगर 1:30 बजे मिलना है, ये दूर है, ये पहले चलेगा, ये बाद में आएगा. That means before we start, we decide the difference between our times. I want to meet at the Cbse headquarters at this point. Tejaswani, where do you stay? Lakshmi Nagar, Delhi. I stay in GK. I'm far off. We need to meet at the same time. I'll have to start early. You can start later. And that difference of the time will decide, or that difference of the time was decided because the time we wanted to meet. Like, for example, if it is 1:30, you might say, I'll start at 1:15, but I'll have to start at 12:45. What I'm trying to say is, from this logic is, if the waves have to meet at time t equals t, then this wave, if this is S1 and this is S2, and this point is P, and this distance is S1P, then this wave has to start at this time, and this at this time. Do you agree? What is the time difference between them? If I were to say delta t, S2P minus S1P by C. If I multiply this with C, this becomes the part difference. The part difference becomes S2P minus this. Now also understand, when you have to solve problems, theta you measure from the center to this point. This is theta. दोनों slits के center से theta बनाना है. If I drop a perpendicular here, this becomes a part difference, right? Yes or no? This is also theta. So we say this is d sine theta. So we say that basically part differences, and we know that d is very, very large as compared to small d. This can be written as, है ना? जो पार्ट डिफरेंस आ गया, tan थीटा कितना होता है? For a maxima, this becomes n lambda. And what do you find y as? लिखो. Right? लिख लिया? So you have to find the difference of time and not the difference of distance. Yeah? अच्छा, by the way, what are the, when two waves interfere in space, बनता क्या है? What is the shape of the fringes? आपने बात नोटिस करी है? क्या लिखा आपने पार्ट डिफरेंस? This is constant, right? You said this is n lambda for a maximum. n and lambda are constant. ये कंडीशन मैथ्स में किस चीज में आती है? एक्सेलेंट, हाइपरबोलॉइड्स लिखो. Difference of two distances from a point, if it is constant, it is called a hyperboloid. Perfect. आप जानते हो हाइपरबोलॉइड्स बनते कैसे हैं? आइए आपको चेक कराते हैं. आप जानते हो हाइपरबोलॉइड्स कैसे बनते हैं? They're like this. If I take a point P here, पता है क्या कह रहा है ये कह रहा है S2P minus S1P is a constant. Therefore, this represents a locus of delta, path difference. आया समझे? And symmetrically, I'll have a point P here also. That means if I travel across this hyperboloid, up or down, the difference will always remain. Note karo. These are problems which come in the entrance exam. Now, generally what you see in questions is a screen and they give you a point P here. Suppose they ask you what is the shape of these fringes. क्या लिखते हो आप बताएं हो क्या रहा है? समझना चाहते हैं आप? This is S1, S2. Imagine this is S1, S2. If I put a screen like this, मुझे क्या दिखाई देगा? ये दिखाई देगा ना? सुनो, ये hyperboloid shape समझ आ रहा है? I place a screen like this. क्या दिखेगा आपको? ठीक. अगर मैं इस स्क्रीन को if I reduce the width of the screen यहां ले आता हूं, अब क्या दिखाई देगा? Almost a straight line. जो बुक्स में लिखा होता है that you observe fringes like this, ऐसे लिखा होता है ना? होता है ना ये? Actually ये hyperboloids प्लेन में आके बन गए हाइपरबोले, एंड हाइपरबोला का अगर मैं स्क्रीन का विड्थ कम कर दूं तो मुझे वो हाइपरबोले will look like straight lines. Note this down. Shapes of the wave fronts or the shape of the fringes is an extremely important topic for your JEE preparation. I've told you that when you have two slits, two sources, coherent sources, in space you observe hyperboloids. Correct? If I place a screen parallel to the line joining the slits, right? देखो, ये S1, S2 है ना? If I put a screen parallel to this, what do I see? Hyperbola. Hyperboloid is in 3D, 2D में बोलते हैं इसको hyperbola. Third, if I reduce the width of the screen, they start looking like straight lines, straight fringes. Number one. ठीक है? Okay. Next point. This is one way to put a screen. There is a second way to also put the screen. अब सोचना जरा. These are the slits. These are the hyperboloids. I'm keeping the screen like this. So screen slits, ये slits है parallel. You saw hyperbola. I'm putting the screen like this. क्या दिखाई देगा ऊपर से? Circles. So when you place screen perpendicular to the line joining the two slits, you find circular fringes. The shape is circular in nature. ठीक है, जे के अंदर दो चीज थोड़ी सी और इंटरेस्टिंग है which I can tell you. See, the problems which come in wave optics are not difficult. The problem is in understanding what exactly is happening. Now you understand what I'm talking about? क्या बनता है? जैसे for example, if I were to place slits like this and I place screen like this, which is perpendicular to this. Screen is something like this. Perpendicular. Now, क्या रहा है कि if I take a point P here, I draw a line here, and I draw a line here. I told you theta हमेशा बीच में से लेना होता है center से. So this is going to be theta. Yes or no? So this is theta. This is D, and this is capital D. Okay. Now, this becomes the part difference. ये वैल्यू कितना आ गया? अगर ये थीटा है, ये वैल्यू आ गया. When the screen is kept parallel to the axis, part difference is V sin theta. When it is kept perpendicular, the part difference is D. You know the difference का फायदा नुकसान फायदा क्या हुआ? Theta you measure from the x-axis. That means when you are placing a screen like this parallel, this means this is n equals 0 and n will keep increasing both sides. Because part difference is d sin theta. यहाँ theta 0 है, यहाँ part difference 0 है. Part difference is n lambda, so n 0 है. यहाँ situation different हो गई है. Why? Because the part difference here is d cos theta. And when theta is 0, you get the maximum value of part difference. That means at this point, at the center, n will be maximum and it will decrease both sides. Note that. So the order of fringes when axis is parallel starts from central maxima. ऐसे बोलो ना, central maxima n0 होगा and both sides increase करेगा. But once you place it perpendicularly, then the central fringe will have the maximum value of n and it will decrease on both sides. Interesting ना? ठीक है? Now वो derivation मैंने आपको बता दिया. This I can also tell you this derivation. Delta कितना होता है? D cos theta. ध्यान सुनना. Cos theta का derivation पता है आपको क्या होता है? It's a series. Cos theta is a series, ना? ये expansion होता है. लिखते जाओ. For a maximum, I can put this as n lambda. Yes. So I can write this as theta equals 1 minus n lambda by d whole to the power half. I can replace this theta by tan theta. Yeah. And I can replace this tan theta by y by capital D. बोलो है ना? Yes or no? And I told you the fringes here will be. So y is practically radius. So you can find the radius of the circular fringes through this. I'll take 5 more minutes. I want to discuss one beautiful question from H.C. Verma, which is very, very important. Okay? I hope you're not tired. Are you tired? Nahi na? 2.5 months of hard work. Reach IITs. And by the way, IIT campuses are beautiful campuses. They have all the facilities. Enjoy. अभी 2 महीने काम करोगे, सारी जिंदगी आराम करोगे. अभी 2 महीने कुछ नहीं करोगे, तो सारी जिंदगी परेशान रहना पड़ेगा. You'll have to struggle. And you have wonderful girls coming from so many backgrounds, selected at one position. Make the most of it. Thakan, tiredness, mind se hoti hai. I mean, I have a severe sprain in my neck. If I'm standing, I have pain. But when I'm teaching, I don't feel the pain. Pain is still there, but I am not feeling it. Why? Because my focus is more towards teaching. तो जैसे ही आपका यहां से थॉट हटता है, पेन गोज अवे. जैसे ही आपने माइंड से सोचेंगे, देयर इज नो टायर्डनेस, देयर इज नो टायर्डनेस, आई जस्ट स्टार्टेड स्टडीइंग नाउ, इट विल वैनिश. है ना? देखो, दिस प्रॉब्लम इज फ्रॉम H.C. Verma. There is this, these are two slits, S1, S2, and this slit is S3. Okay. और एक स्लिट इसके बिल्कुल सेंटर में भी है. This is S4. This distance is a variable distance Z. Right? This is a final screen. Okay. In the first case, he says if Z is lambda d by 2d, what is the ratio of maximum intensity by minimum intensity on the screen? पहले क्वेश्चन लिख लो. To calculate, first of all, so जैसे क्वेश्चन आता है ना, your mind goes into a dark zone. You can't see anything, but you need one light. There is one ray which you want so that you can actually start thinking. वो कहाँ से आता है? वो first thought कैसे आता है? Maximum to minimum intensity. Okay, I need to find intensities from both the slits. अच्छा, but what does intensity depend on? अच्छा, it depends on phase angle. It depends on phi. Oh, where do I get phi from? I get it from part difference. Okay, this question has to do something with path difference. That's how you start thinking. अब जो लास्ट में चीज होता है ना, उससे रिलेट किया करो. मैक्सिमम टू मिनिमम इंटेंसिटी. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, डू यू नो द फॉर्मूला फॉर मैक्सिमम टू मिनिमम इंटेंसिटी? पहले तो वो आना चाहिए. मालूम है? पता है कि नहीं पता? अंडर रूट का अपॉन. फैंटास्टिक. ठीक है जी. दिस वी नो. डू वी ऑल्सो नो दैट इंटेंसिटी, yes or no? Do we also know and do we also know that this is d sin theta, or this is d tan theta, or this is dy by d? पता है ना सब कुछ? क्या दिया इसने? यार y दिया है, हो गया. Yes. लिखो लिखो लिखो, कम ऑन गर्ल्स, छोड़ूंगा नहीं तुमको. सिलेक्शन तो कराना पड़ेगा. स्टार्ट करें, लेट्स स्टार्ट। डेल्टा बोलो बोलो फटाफट। डी, आवाज नहीं आ रही, वो आ गई, बड़ी खतरनाक आवाज आई है, ये नहीं मांगी थी। डी बाई डी बोलो सब लोग। वाई, व्हाट इज द वैल्यू ऑफ वाई हियर? लैम्डा डी बाई, वाह कितना आ गया? What does a lambda path difference signify? A phase difference of 2 pi. लिखो, it signifies, लिखो पहले लिखो इसको। lambda by 2, lambda, ठीक है। lambda by 2 का मतलब क्या हुआ? डिस्ट्रक्टिव इंटरफेरेंस, यहां मिनिमा आएगा ना, क्या आएगा जल्दी बताओ। What will I find at S3? A minima, darkness, so it doesn't exist for us, सिर्फ ये एग्जिस्ट करेगा, करेगा ना। एंड ये इसके सेंटर पॉइंट पर है, यहां पर मैक्सिमा आएगा, आएगा, एक ही स्लिट है, तो मैक्सिमम इंटेंसिटी कितनी होगी? आई नॉट। मिनिमम इंटेंसिटी कितनी करेगा ये? आई नॉट। रेशो क्या होगी? 1 लिखो। इफ आई हैव अ सिंगल स्लिट, तो वही मैक्सिमा देगा, वही मिनिमा देगा, तो रेशो 1 हो जाएगी, है ना भाई? इंटरेस्टिंग बात थी ना ये। ठीक है, फास्ट फास्ट करते हैं सब लोग। अब ये लेते हैं, अब कितना, यहां क्या आएगा? यहां क्या है? यहां इंटेंसिटी कितना होगा? ये तो कितना होगा? मिनिमम इंटेंसिटी कितना होगा? 0, माइनस पर हो गया ना, अंडर। तो मैक्सिमा बाय मिनिमा रेशियो कितना हो गया? इंटरेस्टिंग है। अच्छा, एक लैम्डा डी बाई 4d भी लेना लास्ट में, लैम्डा डी बाई 4d। अभी क्या आ रहा है पार्ट डिफरेंस? कितना आ रहा है? लैम्डा बाई 4। व्हाट विल बी द कॉरस्पॉन्डिंग फेज डिफरेंस? 2 पाई बाई लैम्डा इंटू लैम्डा बाई 4, कितना हुआ? पाई बाई 2, पाई बाई 2 है ना। एंड व्हाट इज द फंक्शन, व्हाट इज द वैल्यू ऑफ इंटेंसिटी? 4 आई नॉट कॉस स्क्वायर 5 पाई बाई 2, कितना हो गया? पाई बाई 4 हो गया, वो हुआ ना। स्क्वायर कितना हो जाएगा? 1 बाई 2। इंटेंसिटी कितना आया? 2 आई नॉट। नेक्स्ट इन, ऑलराइट, सो द नेट इंटेंसिटी हियर विल बी 2 आई नॉट। तो इसका मतलब एट दिस पॉइंट the intensity is 2 I naught and this point intensity is, you can use this formula to find out the value. So we have been able to cover so many things, but there are so many things yet to be covered. So when we revise again, then we'll take these things. Thank you very much. Absolutely fantastic audience. कितने अच्छे बच्चे हो आप। Bye. Take care.
आप कर दो, आपको बोल दूंगा नेक्स्ट। Good afternoon, students. Today we will start a new chapter, vector and 3D geometry. Uh, I will give you some questions based on these chapters, and we will try to cover this chapter with the help of these questions. Actually, okay. So let's start with our first question. For any vector A, if A cross I whole square plus A cross J whole square plus A cross K whole square is lambda A square, you have to find the value of lambda. This is a very basic question in this chapter vectors. So you have to find the value of lambda. If this sum of the squares of these three vectors is equal to lambda A square, so lambda is a scalar quantity. So find this value. So this is the first question, first basic question in the chapter. We will try to cover the whole chapter with the help of these few questions. Okay. Achha, tell me, what do you mean by A vector cross I vector whole square? What do you mean by whole square? A vector cross I whole square. Is it the normal square or is it the modulus square? A cross I is a vector or a scalar product? It's a vector product. And vector, what do you mean by the square of a vector? It automatically means the square of its modulus. So it means the square of the modulus. Okay. Now find the value of lambda. Try to complete these questions in a limited span of time, because in IIT JEE mains, you have just 2 and 2.5 minutes to complete a question. Two. Anybody else? So what's the method? Hmm. 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 So how do you get 2? But here alpha, beta, gamma are not the angles which they are making with x-axis, y-axis, or is it true? They are making an angle with x-axis, y-axis, x-axis. Good. Anybody else got the answer? Acha, see, you can do this problem like this. See, if you take A vector as A1 I cap plus A2 J cap plus A3 K cap. Okay. So A vector cross I vector square. What will you get? Tell me what is A cross I. A cross I is A2 I cross J plus A3 K cross I. So what is I cross J? K. And what is K cross I? J. And what is the modulus square? This is A2 square plus A3 square. Correct? Now, apart from this, A cross J whole square, what will you get? A cross J. What is I cross J? A1 K cap. J cross J is 0 and K cross J is minus I cap. Mod square. So this value is A1 square plus A3 square. And the last part is A vector cross K vector whole square. What is I cross K? Minus J cap. What is J cross K? I cap. And K cross K is 0. So mod square is basically A1 square plus A2 square. If you add these three equations, you will get twice of A1 square plus A2 square plus A3 square. And what is A1 square plus A2 square plus A3 square? This is mod A square. So 2 times mod A square. Therefore, the value of lambda is 2. Okay? So if you have to find these type of questions, okay, so just put A is equal to A1I plus A2J plus A3K. Okay? So A cross I, this whole square means A cross I mod square. Just don't get confused with it. A cross I whole square is A cross I mod square, because this is a cross product, it's a vector quantity. So this square means the square of its modulus. So after getting these three values, you get these three values. By adding these three values, you get twice of A1 square, A2 square, A3 square. And this is twice of mod A square. So lambda, the value of lambda is 2. Achha, do you have any shortcut? Any shortcut to do this question? Any shortcut? So I will tell you one shortcut. Let's say, for example, to do this question or in the more limited time, put A vector is equal to I cap, for example. Okay? So if I put A vector is equal to I cap, what is the first quantity? I cross I? 0. I cross J square, K square, that is 1. And I cross K, that is J square, which is 1. The answer is 2. So LHS is 2. And lambda I square is 1. So lambda is equal to 2. Okay, is that this one? See, if you put A vector is equal to I cap, so the question becomes I cap square plus I cross J square plus I cross K square. This is K square, which is 1 plus 1, that is 2. And this is lambda I cap mod square, which is lambda. So lambda is equal to 2. So this is a shortcut. You can do this question in a hardly in 20 seconds or 15 seconds. So the first method was just basic subjective method. This method is a shortcut approach to this question. Okay? So need to apply these type of shortcuts to do question in a limited span of time. So because the pattern is like this for JEE Mains, you have to do these questions in 1 minute, 30 seconds or 1.5 minutes. Okay, understood? This is clear? Okay. Next. Sorry. Now this is the second question in the same chapter, vectors. Let A vector, B vector, C vector be 3 non-zero vectors such that no 2 of these are collinear. Okay? If the vector A plus 2B is collinear with C vector and B plus 3C is collinear with A vector, lambda being any non-zero scalar, you have to find the value of A plus 2B plus 6C. Okay? So A, B, C are 3 non-zero vectors and they are not collinear. But A plus 2B is collinear with C and B plus 3C is a vector which is collinear with A. So you have to find the value of A plus 2B plus 6C. First, try to solve it, okay? Rather than writing the question first, try to solve it. You can take the questions later also. So try to solve these questions. Do you know what is the concept when a vector is collinear with another vector? What is the concept? What is the formula? If A vector and B vector are collinear, then what is the relation between A vector and B vector? If two vectors are collinear, if A vector and B vector, suppose they are collinear, so you can say A vector is equal to lambda B vector. Collinear vectors have the same direction, but they are different in magnitude. So if you see here, mod A is lambda times mod B. That means the magnitude of A is lambda times magnitude of B, but the direction is same because A vector is just scalar multiplication of another vector. So suppose I have let's say I have vector I cap plus j cap plus 3k cap, and B vector is, let's say, 2i plus 2j plus 6k. They are collinear because A is equal to B is equal to twice of A. So B vector is twice of A. So they are collinear. So if A plus 2B is collinear with C, then what is the relation? If A plus 2B is collinear with C, how will you write? Lambda C. And if B plus 3C is collinear with A, then B plus 3C is collinear with A. Let's say K times A vector. Okay. Now, what will you do to find the value of A plus 2B plus 6C? Tell me. If A plus 2B is lambda C and B plus 3C is equal to K times A, how will you find A plus 2B plus 6C? जोर से second equation को multiply it with 2, then this is the concept. If A vector B vector are collinear, then this is the concept. The vector is lambda times another vector. So now you have to find the value of this thing. Lambda is a scalar. Okay. Achha, to find, see, listen here. A plus 2B is lambda C. You have to find A plus 2B plus 6C. If I add 6C on both the sides, you will get lambda plus 6C. Is it okay? In this, what is 2B plus 6C? Tell me. 2KA. To get A plus 2B plus 6C, I have to add A on both the sides in both the equations. Okay? So from the first equation, you get A plus 2B plus 6C as lambda plus 6 into C. And from the second equation, you get A plus 2B plus 6 is 2K plus 1 into A. Okay? Now equate these two equations. Now, lambda plus 6 into C vector is 2K plus 1 into A vector. And A and C are known collinear. If A and C are known collinear and lambda plus 6, some constant value into C vector is equal to some constant value into A vector, what is the equation you will get? Tell me. If C and A are known collinear vectors, then what is the equation you will get now from here? Like this, see? Lambda plus 6 into C vector minus 2K plus 1 into A vector is equal to 0 vector, right? Now, A vector and C vector, they are linearly independent. You know what is linearly independent? If the vectors are known coplanar and known collinear, the vectors are known to be linearly independent. For example, if I say, see here, ai cap plus bj cap is 0. What is a and b? Value of a and b. These are the coordinates, a comma b. If this is 0 vector, that means a and b are 0. I cap and j cap, they are non-collinear, non-coplanar vectors. They are linearly independent vectors. So a and b has to be 0 because there is no relation between I cap and j cap. Yahan pe, there is no relation between a and c vector because they are non-collinear. You cannot write a is equal to some, let's say, k times c vector. There is no relation between a and c. These are non-collinear and these are linearly independent vectors. So that's why I can say lambda plus 6 has to be 0 and 2k plus 1 has to be 0. Okay? Please try to understand these things. If ai plus bj plus ck is 2i plus 3j plus 4k, this means a minus 2 into I cap plus b minus 3 into j cap plus c minus 4 into k cap must be 0. If I, j, k are the set of non-collinear vectors, that means I, j, k is a set of linearly independent vectors. Okay? They are not dependent on each other. They are not collinear or coplanar vectors. So A has to be 2, B has to be 3, C has to be 4 to make this whole vector is equal to 0 vector. They're linearly independent terms. So independently, A has to be 2, B has to take the value 3, and C has to be 4. Then only this vector will become 0 vector. So A2, B3, C4. So like this, if C and A are linearly independent, so for the whole vector to be null vector, lambda has to be minus 6 and k has to be minus half. Okay? So lambda, we have lambda is equal to minus 6 and k is equal to minus half. Let's put the value here. If lambda is minus 6, then what is a plus 2b plus 6c? 0. And if you get k is equal to minus half, because these are both 0, so a plus 2b plus 6c is equal to 0. So final answer is 0. Okay? So if the questions comes like this, ai plus bj is equal to this, so please try to understand I, j, k are the set of non-collinear. That means they are the set of linearly independent vectors. They are not dependent on each other. Dependent vectors means they are coplanar either, or either they are collinear. But they have the relation a is equal to lambda b. But here there is no relation between a and c. So you have to make the scalars 0. Then only this will become the null vector. So lambda is minus 6. Put here lambda is equal to minus 6. Your answer you will get is 0. Okay? So this is how you have to learn the concept of collinearity and non-collinearity, independent and linearly dependent vectors. Okay? Third question. If A, B, C are unit vectors, find the maximum value of A minus B mod square plus B minus C mod square plus C minus A mod square. This is a very important question and may be asked in IIT JEE. So these are unit vectors and you have to find the maximum value of this expression, which is the sum of square of the modulus of 3 values. Do you know the formula for A minus B mod square? What is the formula? And the A square plus mod B square minus 2A dot B. Use this formula. Okay? Do this. I'm writing the formula. A vector plus B vector mod square is mod A square plus mod B square plus 2A dot B. And for minus, is mod A square plus mod B square minus 2A dot B. Use this formula and find the maximum value of these, the sum. And mod A, mod B, mod C is equal to 1 because they are unit vectors. What is the expression you are getting? A square plus B square minus 2A dot B. Similarly, here you will get B square plus C square minus 2B dot C. And here you will get C square plus A square minus 2A dot C. Finally, I think you are getting 6 minus twice of A dot B plus B dot C plus C dot A. Now what will you do? What is the next step? You have to find the maximum value. After adding these, think about it, B minus C mod square, C minus A mod square is, I think, 6 minus twice of A dot B plus B dot C plus C dot A. Now, you have to find the maximum value of this. To find the maximum value, you have to find the minimum value of A dot B plus B dot C, because 6 minus these things, this term, to A dot B, B dot C, C dot A. So to find the maximum value, you have to minimize this term. Okay? If you minimize this term, you will get the maximum value of this whole term. So what is the minimum value of A dot B plus B dot C plus C dot A? Now this is the question. The question becomes minimum value of A dot B plus B dot C plus C dot A. Find the minimum value of this, because if you find the minimum value, just put here and you will get the maximum value of this whole term. Anybody? A dot B plus B dot C plus C dot A. In which formula will you get this term? A dot B, B dot C, C dot A. A plus B plus C mod square. A plus B plus C mod square is what? Tell me. Mod A square plus mod B square mod C square plus 2 times A dot B plus B dot C plus C dot A. A plus B plus C mod square is always a positive quantity, right? So that means this whole term will always be positive. Okay? Because A plus B plus C mod square is always positive. So this whole term will always be positive. What is A, B, C mod? It's a unit vector. So 3 plus twice of A dot B plus B dot C plus C dot A has to be positive. Now, A dot B plus B dot C plus C dot A is greater than minus 3. Okay? minimum value two. Okay, you have to remember this formula and you have to remember this concept कि to find the minimum value of this term you have to use this formula and this inequality greater than 0. So you will always get minus 3 by 2. So remember this formula कि minimum of this value is minus 3 by 2. Okay, this is the formula. But if ABC are unit vectors, this is only possible when ABC are unit vectors. If ABC are not unit vectors, then the minimum value will change. So the final answer, what will be the final answer? 6 minus twice of minus 3 by 2. So the answer is 9. Final answer is 9. Just put the value minus 3 by 2 here. You will get 6 plus 3 is equal to 9. So the maximum value of this term is equal to 9. Acha, tell me, the minimum value of A dot B, B dot C and C dot A is minus 3 by 2. Okay? Then what is the angle between AB, BC and CA? Can you tell me for what values of the angles between these vectors this minimum value hold? A dot B, B dot C, C dot A is equal to minus 3 by 2. 120 degrees. Very good. See, what is A dot B? Mod A mod B cos theta. So cos theta 1, for example, plus cos theta 2 plus cos theta 3, for example, is minus 3 by 2. Okay? So the minimum value will hold when cos theta 1 is equal to cos theta 2. We can prove it, but it's a very lengthy method to do it. Is equal to minus half. Just remember it for IIT JEE mains. Ki if the question asks ki A dot B, B dot C, C dot A is equal to minus 3 by 2 for what values of the angles between them? So the angles between these three vectors is equal to 120 degrees minus half. So theta 1 is equal to theta 2 is equal to theta 3 has to be 2 pi by 3. In fact, this question was asked in IIT JEE Advanced in 2012. Okay, integer type question. Okay, so the question was A dot B plus B dot C plus C dot A came out to be minus 3 by 2. Okay, so if you know this concept, the value of theta is 120 degrees or 2 pi by 3 radians. So just remember this, ki the minimum value holds when the angle between A and B, B and C and A is 120, like this. This is A vector, this is B vector, and this is C vector. So the angle is 120 degrees, 120 degrees and 120 degrees. Okay? So remember this formula. This is very useful. If the vectors are unit vectors, the minimum value, the maximum value is 9, and it holds when this is minimum, that is minus 3 by 2, and this holds when the angle between them is, each of them is 120 degrees. Okay? It attains the value at theta 1, theta 2, theta 3 at 2 pi by 3 radians. Okay? So remember this thing. ये कब होगा and what is the value of theta. Okay? So let's move to our fourth question, which is two adjacent sides of a parallelogram ABCD are given by AB vector 2i plus 10j plus 11k and AD vector. These are the two adjacent sides of the parallelogram. So make the figure, okay? The side AD is rotated by an acute angle alpha in the plane of the parallelogram, in the same plane, so that AD becomes AD dash. So the side AD is rotated through an angle of alpha so that it becomes AD dash, and AD dash is perpendicular with AB. So you have to find the value of cos alpha. Read the question carefully, draw the diagram, and then do it. It's a very easy problem. Just make the diagram first. Okay, draw the diagram first, parallelogram, AB and AD. Then rotate AD by angle alpha, acute angle, so that it becomes AD dash and perpendicular to the base AB. So you have to find at cos alpha. Make the figure carefully. You will get the solution in the figure only. Okay. This is a very basic question of vectors, which are already studied in class 11 in vectors. This chapter is very scoring in IIT means for advanced. So let's make figure. Okay. You please continue the question. I will make the figure. This is A, B, C, D. You have to rotate AD by an acute angle alpha so that it becomes perpendicular to AB. So we will move the AD in anti-clockwise direction. Okay? So this becomes AD dash, and this angle is alpha. This is 90. The question is solved actually. Please think. AB, you're given with AB 2i plus 10j plus 11k, and you given with AD, which is minus I plus 2j plus 2k. You just have to find cos alpha. Hmm. Acha, what is the angle between AB and AD, by the way? 90 minus alpha. Very good. So I think the question is done. If this angle is 90 minus alpha, you know the angle between two vectors. That's it. If you know the angle between two vectors, AB and AD, angle between AB vector and AD vector is what? 90 minus alpha. Just apply which product? Dot product. What is the dot product? AB dot AD is what? Tell me. AB modulus, AD modulus, and cos of which angle? The angle between AB and AD, which is 90 minus. I think question is done here. What is the dot product of AB and AD? AB and AD. What is the dot product? Minus 2 plus 20, which is 18. 18 plus 22, 40. Modulus of AB, 121, 221, 225, 15. And AD is 3 into sine alpha. So sine alpha we get as 40 by 45. So in short, 8 by 9. So if sine alpha is 8 by 9, you can find out cos alpha. What is cos alpha then? If sine alpha is 8 by 9, this is 81 minus 64, which is root 17. This is alpha. So cos alpha, the value you got is root 17 by 9. Is it clear? The question was very simple and based on the dot product of two vectors. Just the concept was if you move this vector in anticlockwise direction through an angle alpha so that it becomes perpendicular to the base. So if the angle between AD and AD dash is alpha, so angle becomes between AB and AD is 90 minus alpha. So 90 minus alpha, so cos of 90 minus alpha, the angle between AB and AD. So use the dot product. You get sine alpha 8 by 9, so you get cos alpha is root 17 by 9. Okay? These are very simple problems. You have to think, okay, 1 minute or 2 minutes to solve these questions. So this is a very basic application of the dot product. Okay? So please don't write the questions. Just try to solve it first. Okay? Or just mark the headings or just write the important things. Okay? Next, please. So this is our fifth problem. See, we are actually finishing the concepts one by one. We have started with the basic concept, take a modulus, the square of the modulus, and then we are heading towards this dot product, cross product. So try to think the problem, okay, and then do it. So ABCD is a parallelogram where AB and AD, these are two adjacent sides. The vector along AB is Q and the vector along AD is P. It's a simple diagram. BAD is an acute angle. Okay. Now R is the vector that coincides with the altitude directed from vertex B to the side AD. Find the vector R. Read the question again, okay, and read it carefully and draw the diagram, because the question is in the diagram only. The answer, sorry. If you have made the diagram correctly, then you will be able to answer it. Okay, it's a parallelogram. Adjacent sides are along Q vector and P vector, and angle BAD is acute, and R vector is the altitude which is from B to AD. And you have to find the vector R, and you have to find the vector R in terms of Q and P. Okay, only in terms of Q and P. This type of question was asked, I think, in 2013 in ITJ mains. Okay. डायग्राम बन गया। दिस इज द डायग्राम, है ना। AB, BC, CD and AD, these are the vectors. AB vector is what? Q vector, and this is P vector, this whole vector. And B, R vector is the vector that coincides with the altitude directed from vertex B to the side AD, है ना, this is the R vector, altitude. So you have to find R in terms of Q and P. And BE is the altitude, है ना, the altitude intersects the AD at E. This is the vector. So you have to find the vector R. If you want a hint, please let me know. If you want some hint in this question, you want. Acha, think about projection. Projection of a vector on some another vector. Think about it. This is the hint of this question. You know the projection? Projection of a vector along another vector? Yeah. Please think in that direction. What is the formula for the projection of vector A on vector B? A dot B upon mod B. How will you use this concept in this problem? Tell me. Acha, what do you mean by projection? If this is vector A, for example, and this is vector B, what is the projection of B on A? Let's say this is origin. This is vector A. This is vector B. Projection of B on A is, if you draw perpendicular, okay, then this length is the projection. If this is theta, then this is what? Mod B cos theta, and you can write it as A dot B upon mod A. है ना? The projection of vector B on vector A is, the formula is A dot B upon mod of A. Now the similar diagram I have made here. Similar diagram. What is the, tell me, see here, what is the projection of AB vector on AD vector? Tell me. Projection of, okay, projection of AB vector on AD vector. I repeat, you have to find the projection of AB vector, ठीक है, along AD vector. What is the formula? चलो हाँ बोलो. AB dot AD upon mod of AD. Projection of B vector along A vector is A dot B upon mod of A. ठीक है, this is the formula. अच्छा, what is AB dot AD? What is AB? Q vector. What is AD? P vector. And mod AD is mod of P. Correct? अच्छा, what is the length? What is the length of projection? AE. A is the length because this is the length. है ना? So AE. ठीक है? This is the length of AE. What is the vector along AE? Can you tell me? This is the length AE. What is the vector along AE? It is along P direction, and this is the magnitude, so into P. So AE vector, you can write it as P dot Q upon mod of P. This is the length. This is the scalar quantity into P vector. Now apply the sum rule, the addition of the vectors. AB vector plus BE vector is equal to resultant AE vector. है ना? AB vector plus the altitude vector BE vector is equal to AE vector. So if I apply this rule, AB vector plus R vector is equal to AE vector. I think R vector you can find out by this formula. AE vector minus AB vector. What is AE vector? P dot Q upon mod of P into P vector, and AB vector is minus Q. So this is the final answer. See, the concept is when you draw a perpendicular from a point to any vector, you have to use the application of the projection. Okay? That means if you draw the perpendicular from B to AD, the projection of AB on AD is equal to AE. So just first I have written the magnitude of AE. So magnitude of AE is this, the projection. And the vector along AE is into P vector, because they are collinear vectors, okay, into P vector. Have you understood the problem? So if in any problem, if the perpendicular is drawn from a point, just apply the concept of the projection. You will find this, the modulus of this, then you will find the vector along this. If you find the vector along this and you know the vector along this, so by the addition rule, the resultant rule, ki AB plus BE is equal to AE, you will be able to find the R vector. Okay? So foot of perpendicular, the concept we will use in this chapter is projection. This is the note. Okay? Let's move to the another question. Sixth problem. The vectors, now here comes, we are heading towards this concept scalar, cross product. The vectors A vector and B vector are not perpendicular. That means A dot B is not equal to 0. And C and D are two vectors satisfying these equations. B cross C is equal to B cross D, and A dot D is equal to 0. You have to find the vector D in terms of ABC. Okay, this is the concept involving the cross product as well as dot also. So in last problem also we have found the vector R in terms of another vectors. In this question also you have to find the vector D in terms of another vectors. Okay, so B cross C is equal to B cross D, and A dot D is 0, and A dot B is not equal to 0. So you have to find the vector D in terms of ABC. Please try to remember these concepts and please write some major things which I am telling. Okay? If the question is given like this, you have to think like this. So write all these things in a copy. Okay? That will help you in solving the problems. We have selected these problems to cover all the concepts. Okay? So each and every problem has a different and a new concept. Okay? So learn these things. B cross C is equal to B cross D. You have to solve these things. Okay, na? Tabhi you will be able to find the D vector. You have to solve this. B cross C is equal to B cross D. And A dot D is also 0. Through these questions, you need to learn the methods for certain problems, certain type of questions. Okay? Don't apply B cross C mod sine theta and B into D sine alpha. Okay? This type of formula will not work. So this question has a certain approach. So by that approach, you will be able to find the vector D in terms of another 3 vectors. How will you start? Chalo, tell me. How will you start this question? B cross C is equal to B cross D. Now what? What is the next step? How will you solve this? What does it mean? B cross C is equal to B cross D. Batao. Bolo. B cross C is equal to B cross D means what? आया आंसर आ गया क्या आया बताओ हाँ बोल दो कोई बात नहीं गलत ही तो होगा क्या होगा बोलो B क्रॉस C इज इक्वल टू B क्रॉस D आगे बताओ कैसे किया दोनों साइड A क्रॉस एंड A क्रॉस A क्रॉस B क्रॉस C is equal to A cross B cross D, है ना? So then what is the formula for this? A dot C into B minus A dot B into C is equal to, you know the formula, na? This is the cross product of three vectors. A dot C into B, this is the formula. And A dot B into C, like this, A dot D into B, A dot D into B, and minus A dot B into D. Now what? A dot D is 0. अब ये निकल गया यहाँ से. A dot C minus A dot B into C whole upon A dot. Very good. By cross multiplying, in fact pre-cross multiplying with A vector, okay, this is the cross product of three vectors. Okay, the formula is for this vector is A dot C into B. If you don't know the formula, please write minus A dot B into C. पहले इसके साथ होगा A dot C into B और फिर A dot B into C. Here also A dot D into B and A dot B into D. A dot D is given as 0 and you have to find the vector D in terms of ABC. So the D vector in terms of ABC is this. ठीक है ना? It's a very good approach to this question. Now let me tell you this question by another method also. Okay. What I was trying to say, B cross C is equal to B cross D. Okay, this is another method. Second method to do this problem. Now see, maybe it is useful for another questions also. So B cross C is equal to B cross D means B cross C minus D is equal to 0. Correct? इसका मतलब that means B and C minus D, the vectors are parallel. If the cross product between two vectors is 0, that means the vectors are parallel or collinear. Can I write B is parallel to, this means parallel to C minus D? Can I write B vector is equal to lambda times C minus D? अभी भी बताया मैंने in the second question. If the vectors are collinear or parallel, the directions are same, then you can write the vectors, this is equal to lambda times another vector. Is this correct? This is another approach to this question. Now, the question, the given is A dot D is equal to 0. Okay? This equation is given. If I multiply with A, okay? So what will you get? A dot B. If I take the dot product with A dot B is lambda times A dot C minus A dot D, which is 0. Correct? What is the value of lambda you got? A dot C upon A dot B upon A dot C. Just put the value of lambda here. है ना? चलो, let me write. क्या आएगा बताओ? Lambda is A dot B upon A dot C. So B vector is equal to A dot B upon A dot C into what? C minus D. You have to just find the value of D. So cross multiplying by this. So B into A dot C upon A dot B is equal to C vector minus D vector. So D vector is equal to C vector minus B vector A dot C upon A dot B. Or you can write it as cross multiply taking LCM. A dot B minus B vector into A dot C upon A dot B. Are the answers same? Compare between these two answers. Okay? The answers are same. This is the another approach to this problem. This equation is very useful. Okay? So please write this method also. This is also a very good method by cross multiplying it. Okay? A. And this is also a very useful method. B cross C minus D is 0. That means if you get any type of relation, okay, this type of relation, A cross B is A cross C. That means A cross B minus C is what? 0. That means A and B minus C are parallel or collinear. So that means A has to be equal to lambda times B minus C. Now to find the value of lambda, we have given a dot d. Just take the cross product, dot product with a. You will get the value of lambda. Lambda आ गया, तो you will get d vector. Okay. So remember this thing. If b cross c, b cross d are same, and these you have to. The next step will be this: b cross c minus d is equal to 0. So b is parallel to this lambda times c minus d. Then to find lambda, you have to take the dot product with a, because we have given a dot d is equal to 0. And after finding lambda, just find d. So both the approaches, you can do the question by any method. So this method is useful for these type of problem. If the relation is given like this, so just start by this. Okay, these questions have been asked earlier in the IIT Advanced also. Okay. So for these problems, there are certain methods. Okay, so you need to learn these methods for these specific questions. You need to learn when this type of relation is given, what you have to do. Then the next step. तो ये पता होना चाहिए आपको. So b cross c minus d is equal to 0 आएगा. Then these are parallel. You can write the relation. Then just find the value of scalar lambda and solve it. ठीक है? Or this approach is also very good. कि a cross b cross c. Now we'll remember this approach: a cross b cross d. Write the formula and just find d. This is a very short method to do this. Okay. The next question is. The another application of vectors, this also involves cross and dot product. If a vector is 1 by root 10 3i plus k and b vector is 1 by 7 2i plus 3j minus 6k, find the value of 2a minus b, then dot, and then a cross b cross a plus 2b. This is the cross product of two vectors, and then dot product with this vector, and a and b are given. Okay. If you have read the supplementary part in NCRT, this is actually the box product. You know the box product? This A, B, C, the volume of parallelepiped, A dot B cross C. वही है यहाँ पर. This vector dot this cross this. That means the box product of these three vectors. So please don't put the values A cross B and A plus B. It will get lengthy. So do it by a shorter method. Use the box product and use the properties of box product. Okay. Don't just put the values directly. Okay. It will take time and consume your time. So just do it by using the properties of the box product. Use the addition property of the box product. No? The splitting property of that addition. Just break the box into 2 or 3 parts and solve it. Write like this, box product. 2a vector minus b vector, a cross b vector, and this is the problem. So now just break it into parts and then try to solve rather than just putting the values directly. Do you know how to split the box product? See, use this formula. Okay. A plus B, C vector and D vector. Okay. See, break this. A vector, C vector, D vector plus B vector, sorry, C vector, D vector, like this. I'm telling. It involves not 2A plus 2B and 2A minus B. Just break like this in two parts. Okay. This is the addition property of the box product. It will make the problem easier. Okay. Acha, if there are two addition like this, there are two additions. Okay. See, if A plus B, look here. Okay. E vector. Now, what will you do? I'm giving just the hint of the problem. A plus B, C vector, E vector plus A plus B, D vector, E vector. Understood? First, I have this splitting the C plus D term. Okay. Then I will split this term. A vector C E है ना plus B C E and like this here also A D E and plus B D E like this one. So just first break this by okay, into two parts, C vector and D vector, and then break this A and B, and this is also A and B. This is the addition property. Okay. So if there are three additions, they will break into this 8 box products. If I put here E plus F, you will get 8 box products. Use the same concept in this problem. First, 2A minus B, A cross B, just break this into A and 2B, then break into this 2A and minus B. So it will become 4 box products and solve it. You know what is the box product of 3 vectors? It's a volume of the parallelopipe. It's the determinant of the 3 vectors. Just apply this property and break into 4 box product, and you will see many of them will become 0. It's a very easy approach to the problem rather than putting the values and solving it. If the vectors are same, any two vectors are same in the dot product, sorry, this box product, the value is 0. Okay. So at least let's break this. Hai na? First, we will break this. 2A, A cross B, A plus 2B, then plus minus B, A cross B, A plus 2B, correct? Now I will break this into two parts and this into two parts, four parts. Okay? 2a, a cross b, a, plus 2a, a cross b, 2b, plus minus b, a cross b, a, or plus minus b, a cross b, and 2b. Out of 4, which of the following are 0? First, because a vector and 2 vector are collinear, so the cross product a cross a will become 0. This is 0. See, a vector, b vector, c vector means a dot b cross c or b dot c cross a is the volume of the parallelepiped. If I apply the mod, it will give the volume of parallelepiped with the edges along a vector, b vector, and c vector. Okay? And the last one is c dot a cross b. Now see, a cross b dot a cross 2a, that is 0. Here also, b dot b is 0. This whole part is 0. What is this? A cross b dot 2b cross 2a, है ना? 2b cross 2a. So it is basically minus 4 times a cross b square. Correct? And what is this? A cross b dot a cross minus b. What is this? A cross b dot a cross minus b. That means answer is minus 5 times a cross b whole square. Okay? Is this clear? आया समझ में? Because here a and 2a are same, the box product will become 0 because a cross b dot a cross 2a is 0. Here also a cross b dot 2b cross b is equal to 0. That's why these two box product becomes 0. And for these two products, the formula is a cross b dot 2b cross 2a, which I can write like this: 4 minus 4 because a cross b and a cross b. And this is a cross b dot a cross minus b. So I've taken minus outside. So a cross b dot a cross b whole square. So minus 5 a cross b whole square. Now, what is a cross b whole square? Whole square means mod square, obviously. A dot a is mod a square. So whole square means just mod square. I've already told you in the first question. Now, see here. Dekho. You don't have to find a cross b. What is the formula for a cross b mod square? Bolo. Mod a square, mod b square, sine square theta, angle between a and b. What is mod a? Tell me. It's a unit vector. Mod a is root 10 by root 10, that is 1. And b also, see 36 plus 9, 45 plus 4, 49 by 7. It's a unit vector. So both are 1. So answer is minus 5 sine square theta. What is angle between these two? Tell me. Angle between, find the angle between these two. So take the dot product. 6 minus 6, 0. Take the dot product. 6 minus 6 is equal to 0. That means angle is 90 degrees. And what is sine theta? Answer is minus 5. Okay? So if any question comes like this in the form of a dot b cross c, that means you are finding the volume of parallelepiped, and just write this equation in terms of the box product. And if the box product contains addition or subtraction of two vectors, so just split it into 4 different scalar products, box products. Okay? Because it will make your question very easy. Rather than solving a cross b, okay, then a plus 2b, then 2a minus b, and then taking the cross product and dot product. And this is the easier method. Because in this, the two of them will become 0 and another two will become minus 5 a cross b whole square. And a cross b, you don't have to find a cross b also, because this is a square b square sine square theta. A and b are unit vectors, and sine theta is 1 because theta is 90. Okay? So this is the method to solve this question box product. Okay? So just remember the splitting or this addition property of the box product of vectors. Okay? The next problem is this. if u, v, w are known coplanar vectors and p, q are real numbers, they are scalar numbers, okay? Then the equality 3u, pv, pw, box product, this is a box product, same, minus this is equal to 0, holds for how many pairs of p comma q? Okay. Acha, do you know the property ki if in the scalar product, box product, listen here, if this is k, so you can take k outside, a, b, c, hai na? So in this, listen, 3pp, 3p square will come outside. Here also p and q will come outside, and here also 2q square will come outside. ठीक है ना? This is the scalar property of this box product. If any scalar is multiplied with any vector, so you can take the scalar outside. ठीक है ना? So just take 3p square from the first bracket, pq from the second, and 2q square from the third. So then do the question. For how many pairs of p comma q this equality holds? And UVW are known coplanar vectors. It is given. Like this, I'm saying 3p square, just take outside and do the question. UVW, then PQ outside, VWU, and then, sorry, minus 2q square outside, WVU. Hai na? This is equal to 0. Make all of them UVW. Hai na? Make, this is UVW. Make also this also UVW and this also UVW. And then take UVW common and then solve for P and Q. Acha, this is UVW or minus UVW. See, V dot W cross U, V dot W cross U. That means this value is same as UVW. Okay. Acha, what about this? See, W dot U cross V. This is W dot V cross U. It is minus of UVW. So plus. Is it clear? UVW. Is it clear? UVW it is given. VWU means W dot U cross V. This is same as W dot U cross V. So यहाँ पे लिख दिया हमने UVW. Now this is V dot U cross W or U dot V cross W. This is negative of UVW. So we have just put minus sign there. Okay, plus. Now take UVW scalar product common. What do you get in this bracket? 3p square minus pq plus 2q square is equal to 0. UVW are known coplanar vectors. If they are known coplanar, that means the box product will not be equal to 0. Okay? If they are coplanar, then the value of UVW is 0. If the vectors are lying in the same plane, the volume of parallelopiped is equal to 0. Okay? For the finite value of parallelopiped, UVW हैज टू बी नॉन जीरो, दे हैज टू बी नॉन कोप्लेनर वेक्टर. ठीक है, तो UVW cannot be equal to zero because they are non coplanar. ठीक है, now 3p square minus pq plus 2q square has to be zero. How will you find the values of p and q? How many pairs of p and q? This is the now problem of algebra of number system. 3p square minus pq plus 2q square is equal to zero. For how many pairs of p and q this relation will hold? And p and q are real numbers, not integers. Okay? They are just real numbers. How will you solve this equation to find p and q? Try to break into perfect squares, the sum of squares. Okay, तभी ऐसे क्वेश्चन सॉल्व हो सकते हैं. Try to break it 3p square minus pq plus 2q square as a sum of squares. ठीक है, this is the hint to solve this problem. How will you break it? बोलो. break. Try to solve it. थोड़ा इस तरीके से ब्रेक करो. p स्क्वायर प्लस q स्क्वायर माइनस लाइक दिस, है ना, ताकि परफेक्ट स्क्वायर बने किसी तरीके से, है ना. आई एम जस्ट गिविंग यू द हिंट कि इस तरीके से कर सकते हो. माइनस 2pq फॉर एग्जाम्पल, देन 2p स्क्वायर, remaining is q square and plus pq like this. है ना. Try to solve like this, or maybe like this, 2p square plus 2q square minus 4pq plus 3p. This is twice of p minus q whole square plus 3pq is equal to 0, like this. Hmm. अच्छा, one set is, as you can directly see, it is 0,0. कोई और सेट आएगा यहाँ से? तो we can easily see the answer is 0,0. P is equal to Q, तो 0 हो जाएगा, तो P has to be 0 and Q has to be 0. ठीक है? Is there any more set? If I do like this, P square plus 4Q square minus 4PQ, then what will you get? P square plus 4Q square minus 4Q, then आगे 2P square minus 2Q square. यहाँ से कुछ भी नहीं आएगा. See, you have to break in all possible ways, है ना? So P square plus 4Q square minus 4PQ, this will become P minus 2Q mod square, plus now this will become nothing, 2P square minus 2Q square, then आगे minus 3PQ plus 3PQ. ठीक है? यहाँ से कोई फायदा नहीं होगा. So if you break like this, P square plus Q square minus 2PQ, then next is 2P square plus Q square, then what is the remaining term? Plus PQ, है ना? So this is 3P square minus PQ plus 2Q square. ठीक है? So this becomes P minus Q whole square, and this becomes like this. If I take 2 common, then this becomes P square plus Q square by 2 plus PQ by 2, है ना? Is equal to 0. Now this becomes P minus Q का whole square plus 2 times, what is this? P plus root 2 whole square, है ना? So मतलब there is only one possible way that if P is equal to Q, so इनको 0 होने के लिए P and Q both have to be 0. There is only one possible way. Plus PQ by 2. आगे क्या बचेगा? P square plus Q square by 2 plus nothing. So every term has to be 0. So there is only one possible pair, P and Q has to be 0. There is no method. There is no, we have done several methods to solve this. So if P is equal to Q, and then P has to be 0 and Q has to be 0. There is only one pair, okay, which will hold for this 0,0. Is there any value coming? No. See, you have to convert it into some of the squares, and we have just got 2 into P minus Q square plus 3PQ, or just P minus Q whole square plus something जो भी यहाँ पे आएगा is equal to 0. So for P is equal to Q and P and Q both equal to 0, this is possible. ठीक है? Because you are just getting the positive numbers, and you are getting the square, the sum of the squares of the positive numbers is 0 when they are all 0. So P is equal to Q and that is equal to 0. So there is only one possible pair for this to be 0. ठीक है? So 3P square minus PQ plus 2Q square, you cannot factorize it. You cannot factorize 3 minus 2. वो factorize भी नहीं होगा. So there is only one possible way. If P is equal to Q and PQ has to be 0. So P अगर Q के equal है and PQ has to be 0, that means obviously either P is 0 or Q is 0. If either P is 0, then Q has to be 0. If Q is 0, then P has to be 0. ठीक है? Okay, then next. Okay, do this. Let A, B, C be non-zero vectors such that A cross B cross C is equal to 1 by 3 mod B mod C into A vector. If theta is the acute angle between B and C, find sine theta. If A cross B cross C, अभी मैंने इसका फॉर्मूला जस्ट मैंने बताया अभी if A cross B cross C and just compare it, okay, and just do the question by comparing the values and just find sine theta. Apply the formula, compare it on the both sides, and find the value of sine theta. Apply the formula A cross B cross C and compare it on both the sides and just find the angle between B and C. If it is theta, you have to find sine theta. So what is the formula for A cross B cross C? What is the formula? Can you write like this? Minus C cross A cross B? है ना? What is the formula for this? Minus C dot B into A minus C dot A into B. Just multiply with the minus sign. So C dot A into B minus C dot B into A. And this is equal to 1 by 3 mod B mod C A vector. Just compare it. ठीक है? If you compare the equations, what is the value of C dot A? चलो बताओ. यहाँ पे सिर्फ A vector. This is a scalar quantity. Just compare the vectors. C dot A is what? 0. Because here is 0 times B vector. है ना? So C dot A is 0. So if I have asked in the question, what is the angle between A vector and C vector? What is the answer? 90 degrees. ठीक है? Now just compare the values of this. B dot C is what? Minus 1 by 3 mod B mod C. B dot C is this, है ना? What is cos theta? Minus 1 by 3. If cos theta is minus 1 by 3, you can find sine theta. Understood the problem? ठीक है? If we apply the formula and this value is equal to this whole thing, A vector plus 0 B vector, just compare the two values. If this vector is C dot A and here is 0, okay, in front of B vector, so C dot A is equal to 0 and C dot B is equal to 1 by 3 into B into C, because you're comparing the A vector. So by this, cos theta is equal to minus 1 by 3. If cos theta is minus 1 by 3, that's an obtuse angle, so sine theta will be positive. So cos theta is 1 by 3, so sine theta will be root 8 by 3. 2 root 2 by 3. है ना? If cos theta is 1 by 3, then this is 2 root 2. Sine theta will be 2 root 2 by 3. Simple. So if a problem like this comes, you just have to compare between the vectors on the right side, on the left side. Just apply the formula in terms of b vector and a vector, because this is a scalar quantity. So scalar quantity into b minus scalar quantity into a is equal to scalar quantity into a. Just compare the a vectors. Okay, you will find the angle between b and c. Okay, well, apply the formula and compare it in this type of problem. Next. Again, the box product. After this, we will start the questions for 3D geometry. Just do it. A cross B, B cross C, C cross A. The box product of this is equal to lambda times ABC mod square, ABC square. So you have to just find the value of lambda. Okay. So A cross B, B cross C, C cross A. The box product is equal to lambda times ABC square. To find the value of lambda, just open it, like the general formula A dot B cross C. Open the LHS and just do it. In this question, you will face actually the cross product of two cross products. If you start this problem, I'm just giving you the hint. A cross B dot B cross C cross A. You know the formula for three cross products, A cross B cross C. Now this is the cross product of four vectors, and the cross product of two vectors, okay, B cross C and C cross A. How will you solve this? See, just put one vector is equal to, let's say, R vector. Then it will convert into the cross product of three vectors. If you put B cross C is equal to R vector, so I think you will be able to solve it. So if you get the cross product of four vectors, just put one cross product is equal to R. So it will convert into three vectors. Now apply the formula. And again put the value of R is equal to B cross C after solving it. Okay? Now apply the formula. R dot A into C minus R dot C into A. Now again put R is equal to B cross C and solve the problem. This is the method to solve the cross product of four vectors. Open this formula. What is the formula you're getting? A cross B dot R dot A, very good, C minus R dot C into A. Is it clear? Now again put R is equal to B cross C. ठीक है, वापस से put करें. So A cross B dot, now listen, B cross C dot A, B cross C dot A, है ना, into C vector minus B cross C dot C into A vector. ठीक है, Is it clear? यहाँ तक. To solve this vector, we just substitute the value b cross c is equal to r, applied the formula, and just again put the value of r at b cross c. This is what you're getting. This is what? C dot b cross c. See, if this vector is b and this is c, where is b cross c? Outside. So b cross c is a vector which is perpendicular to b cross c. So b cross c, the angle between b cross c and c is 90. The dot product is 0. So finally you are getting a cross b dot, what is this a dot b cross c? Box of ABC. Box of ABC, which is a scalar quantity, into c vector. यहाँ तक कोई दिक्कत? Is it clear? ठीक है. Now take this out, ABC, and you are getting a cross b dot c. What is a dot a cross b dot c? ABC box. You are getting lambda is equal to 1. This is actually the formula. A cross b, b cross c, c cross a. The box product of these three vectors is equal to ABC whole square. Okay? So first write the general formula. To solve the cross product of four vectors, just substitute b cross c is equal to r vector. Apply the formula and again substitute the value of r, b cross c. This will become 0 and this will become ABC, the box product of ABC. Okay? Take this outside and the remaining term will also become ABC, the box product of ABC. So ABC ka whole square. Okay? So lambda is equal to 1. So remember this formula. The box product of these three vectors is equal to ABC square. Okay? Let's move to 3D now. Okay? The basic question of a 3D. The projection of a vector on the 3 coordinate axis is 6, -3, and 2. Find the direction cosines of the vector. It's a very simple problem. Just do it in 1 minute. Whatever. The projection of a vector on 3 coordinate axis is 6, -3, and 2. Find the direction cosines of the vector. Okay, एक vector है. There is a vector which the projection on x-axis is 6 units, y units is -3 units, and z-axis is 2 units. So you have to find the direction cosines of the vector. It's a very simple and basic question of 3D. पानी दे दो. अच्छा, what do you mean by projection of a vector along x-axis? Suppose this is a vector, ठीक है? Let's say this is x1, y1, z1, and this is x2, y2, z2. Chalo. Achha, what is this length? Achha, what is this? This length. This is x-axis, y-axis, z-axis. What is this length? In xy plane, suppose, ये length क्या होगी? This length is x2. This is x1. This length is projection of this vector along x-axis is, आपको पता है, projection of a vector along any vector is actually this length. So this length is x2 minus x1. This length is y2 minus y1, and the projection on z-axis will be z2 minus z1. ठीक है ना? So x2 minus x1 is 6. y2 minus y1 is -3, and z2 minus z1 is 2. Can you find direction cosines? Acha, tell me, is this the direction ratio? What are the direction ratios of any vector? If I say the vector is, let's say, 2 comma 1 comma 1 and 5 comma 3 comma 2. What is the direction ratio of this line? 5 minus 2, yani 3 comma 3 minus 1 2 and 2 minus 1 1, 3 to 1. Iska matlab, that means x2 minus x1 is the direction ratio, y2 minus y1 is the direction ratio, and z2 minus z1 is the direction ratio. That means these are A, B, and C. Tell me the formula, the relation between direction cosines and direction ratios. L, what is L? It's A upon under root A square plus B square plus C square. You know A, so you can find L. So answer is 6 upon under root of 36 plus 9, 45 plus 4, 47. So the direction cosines are 6 by 7. Another is minus 3 by 7, 2 by 7. So projection of a vector along x-axis is x2 minus x1, which is the direction ratio. Projection of a vector along y-axis is the direction ratio, another in the y direction. And the projection along z-axis is 2, which is z2 minus z1. That is another direction ratio. The three direction ratios is A, B, C are given. Okay? So rather than writing the direction ratios as 6, minus 3, and 2, I have written the projection on the 3 coordinate axis. So just remember, projection on 3 coordinate axis of a vector is equal to the direction ratios. So direction ratios agar diye hain, so you can directly find direction cosines. है ना? The formula is this: A upon under root A square plus B square plus C square. L for M it is B upon under root A square plus B square plus C square, and for N it is C upon under root A square plus B square plus C square, where A, B, C are the direction ratios or the projection of the vector along the coordinate axis. Okay? The language has been changed, so please remember this thing. The projection is equal to direction ratio. Next. Now, this is the concept of the line in 3D. The line passing through the points 5, 1, A. A is a point, unknown point, and 3, B, 1. B is also an unknown point. This line joining this point, these points, crosses the YZ plane at this point. Okay? Like this YZ plane, ye wala plane. The line is crossing, or let's say this is Z or this is X. So line is crossing the YZ plane at some point 0, 17 by 2, minus 13 by 2. Obviously, in YZ plane, the X coordinate will be 0. So you have to find A and B. So time to recollect all the things you have studied in 3D, class 12. The line joining 2 points. You can write the equation of the line joining 2 points in Cartesian form. X minus x1 upon A, y minus y1 upon B, z minus z1 upon C. Now this line will cross the YZ plane, which is x is equal to 0. Okay? At these 2 points, find A and B. The point where the line crosses, intersects the YZ plane, and the coordinate of x is 0, coordinate of y is 17 by 2, and z is minus 13 by 2. B is equal to 4. So let's see. What is the equation of line joining these 2 points? Batao. Very good. X minus 5 upon minus 2 or 2. Okay. Y minus 1 upon 1 minus B. It's one and the same thing. B minus 2 likhoge to you will write B minus 1. Now Z minus A upon A minus. This is the equation of the line joining these 2 points. This will cross the YZ plane at this point. So let's assume some point on the line. Batao, kya point hoga? If you have to assume any point on the line is equal to, tell me X is equal to what? Right directly 2 lambda plus 5, yes, comma 1 minus B into lambda plus 1 and A minus 1 into lambda plus A, correct? This is any point on this line. Now it is crossing the YZ plane at this point. That means the line, this point 0, 17 by 2, minus 13 by 2 will lie on this. Okay? This is X, this is Y, this is Z. Any point on the line. If I put X is equal to 0, Y is equal to 17 by 2 and Z is equal to minus 13 by 2. So you have 3 equations and 3 variables. What? A, B and lambda. Listen. This is a point, any point on the line. Let's say the point is where the line is intersecting the YZ plane. Okay? The point is where the line is intersecting the YZ plane. So this is the point. So 2 lambda plus 5 must be what? 0. By assuming the point on the line where it is intersecting or crossing the YZ plane, the X coordinate will be 0. 1 minus B into lambda plus 1 must be equal to 17 by 2. And A minus 1 into lambda plus A is equal to minus 13 by 2. Correct? Okay? If I assumed any point on the line and I'm assuming that this point on the line is where the line is intersecting or crossing the YZ plane, so X coordinate has to be 0, Y coordinate has to be 17 by 2 and Z coordinate has to be minus 13 by 2. Okay? Now you have to just solve for the value of lambda, A and B. So batao, what is lambda? Lambda comes out to be minus 5 by 2. Just put the value of lambda, find the value of B. Just put the value here lambda and find the value of A. Let's find the value of A and B. 1 minus B into minus 5 by 2 plus 1 is equal to 17 by 2. B minus 1 into 5 by 2 is equal to 15 by 2. B is equal to 4. Correct? So B has to be 4. And what is the value of A? A minus 1 into minus 5 by 2 plus A is equal to minus 13 by 2. Just solve this value. Minus 5A by 2 plus 5 by 2 plus A is equal to minus 13 by 2. So the final answer is minus 3A by 2 is equal to kitna? Minus 9, I think. Hai na? So answer is 6. So A 6 and B 4. Okay, understood this problem? So if you assume any point on the line, okay, just assume this point to be the point where the line is intersecting YZ plane. So the point is 0, here 17 by 2 and then minus 13 by 2, and just find the values of lambda, A and B. Okay, next. Another question of the line involved in 3D. If these 2 lines are coplanar, find K. Coplanar lines, what is the concept? Determinant of, करो बताओ क्या आएगा? 0 आना चाहिए. Coplanar lines means the shortest distance between them will be 0. Coplanar means they're lying in the same plane. If they're lying in the same plane, either they are parallel or intersecting. Obviously, they're not parallel because the direction ratios are not same. So the lines are intersecting. If the lines are intersecting, that means the shortest distance between them is 0. And what is the shortest distance? B2 minus B1, A2 minus A1 dot B1 cross B2 is equal to 0. Okay. In short, determinant is 0. Batao jaldi, fatafat. What is the value of K or values of K? ठीक है, दिस इज specially IIT JEE mains question, and it has been asked several times in the exam. So जल्दी जल्दी करो फटाफट. Determinant is 0 in this case. Value of k. डिटर्मिनेंट सॉल्व करने में इतना टाइम. The shortest distance between them will be 0. If the lines are coplanar, that means the lines are lying in the same plane. And if they are lying in the same plane, like this is the board and this is the plane, if they're lying in the same plane, either they are parallel or they are intersecting. If they are parallel, okay, but these are not parallel because the direction ratio 1 1 minus k and k 2 1, so they are not parallel. So that means the lines are intersecting. If the lines are intersecting, that means the shortest distance is equal to 0. And if you know the formula for shortest distance, if the lines are r1 is, you know the vector form of the line, a1 vector plus lambda b1 vector, and r vector is equal to a2 vector plus lambda b2 vector. The shortest distance is a2 minus a1 vector dot b1 cross b2 whole upon b1 cross b2 mod. This should be 0. In short, the box product of a2 minus a1, b1 and b2 must be 0. In short, the determinant of a2 minus a1, b1 and b2 will be 0. So what is a2 minus a1 here? What is, by the way, what is a1 and a2? The line passing through a point, initial point. Initial point is 2, 3, 4 and 1, 4, 5. So tell me what is a2 minus a1 determinant. One point is 2, 3, 4 and another is 1, 4, 5. This is a1 and this is a2, let's say. So a1 minus a2. Bolo. 1 minus 1, very good, minus 1. What is b1? b1 is the direction ratio of the first vector, that is 1, 1 minus k, and b2 is k2, 1. So the determinant must be 0. The box product is equal to determinant of the vectors. So कितना आएगा बताओ k? यह आएगा 1 plus 2k plus 1, 1 plus k square minus 1, 2 minus k is equal to 0. So final answer is 2 plus 2k plus k square plus k minus 2 is 0. So k square plus 3k is equal to 0, right? So there are two values, k is equal to 0 and minus 3. Understood? So if the lines are coplanar, then remember this formula, a2 minus a1, the difference between the vectors joining the initial points, b1, the direction ratio vector of the first line, and the b2, the direction ratio vector of the second line. The determinant will be 0 or the box product will be 0. So you get the values of k 0 and minus 3. Okay? Next. Image of the line in the plane. Now we have introduced plane in 3D. So you have to find the image of this line in the plane. Think carefully. How will you find the image of any line in any plane? Okay? Image of a line in the plane. You have to find the image of the line, not of the point. है ना? The line is passing through 1, 3, 4, and direction ratios are 3, 1, minus 5. And the plane is 2x minus y plus z plus 3 is equal to 0. The line is not lying in the plane. ठीक है? How will you check the line is lying in the plane or not? See, the line is passing through 1, 3, 4. That means the plane must satisfy this point 1, 3, 4. Just put 2 minus 3 is minus 1 minus 1 plus 4, 3, 3 plus 3, 6. So the line is outside the plane. ठीक है ना? मतलब the figure is like this. If this is a plane and this is a line, so you have to find the reflection of this line. Acha, do you know how to find the image of a point in the plane? Point की image. If I have to find the image of a point in the plane, photo perpendicular, you will write the, let's say मुझे कोई plane दिया हुआ है, ठीक है, and you have to find the image of the point. So just write the equation of this line passing through this point and having direction ratio along the normal. Take any point on the line and just satisfy it on the equation of the plane. So you have to find the value of lambda. ये वाला point आ गया, just apply the midpoint theorem to find this point. And a reflection of this point. Understood? Write the equation of this line passing through this point and having direction ratio along the normal. Take any point on the line in terms of lambda. Put that point in the equation of plane to find the value of lambda, and you will get the point where the line is intersecting the plane. If you find this point and this point, just this is the midpoint of this. This is the midpoint of this point and the reflection. But you have to find the image of the line, not of the point. Acha, tell me, is this line is parallel to the plane? How will you check? The line is parallel to the plane. See, like this. The figure is like this. Suppose this is the board and this is the marker. The line is parallel to the plane. Okay? How will you find? Dot product 0. The direction ratios of this line and the normal must be 0. What is the direction ratio of the line? This line? 3, 1, minus 5. 3, 1, minus 5. And what is the direction ratio of the plane? Normal plane? Normal to the plane? 2, minus 1 and 1. Just check. 6, minus 1, minus 5. That means the line is parallel to the plane. That means the reflection of the line will also be parallel to the plane. That means the direction ratio of this line will also be 3, 1 and minus 5. And this is 3, 1 and minus 5. It is passing through 1, 3, 4, and the direction ratio is along 3, 1 and minus 5. The reflection, because the line is parallel to the plane, the reflection will also be the parallel to the plane, and the direction ratio will be 3, 1 and minus 5. But what is the initial point? To find the initial point, you need to find the reflection of 1, 3, 4 in the plane. And you know how to find the reflection of the point in the plane. 1, 3, 4. Just find out the reflection of 1, 3, 4 in the plane. Without. Is it clear? Understood the problem? The line is actually parallel to the plane because the direction ratios of the normal and the direction ratio of the line are coming perpendicular. So that means this line, okay, this plane is parallel to this line. The reflection will be on the back side with the direction ratio same because the plane, line, and parallel. That means the reflection of that line will also be parallel to the plane. So direction ratio will be same, 3, 1, and -5. Now just you have to find 1, 3, the reflection of 1, 3, 4 in this to find the initial point. Just find out the reflection of 1, 3, 4 in the plane, and you will get the line because you know the point, you know the direction ratios. Okay. The line is parallel to the plane because the direction ratios of the normal of the plane and the direction ratios of the line are perpendicular. Therefore, the reflection of the line will also be parallel to the plane. Okay. Now our task is just find out if the initial point is 1, 3, 4 and direction ratios are 3, 1, and -5. We have to just find out that initial point here because direction ratios are same because the line are parallel. 3, 1, -5. So to find the reflection of 1, 3, 4 in the plane, we have to write the equation of this line. What is the equation of this line? X minus 1 upon direction ratio of the plane 2, y minus 3 upon -1, -1 is equal to z minus 4 upon 1. Take any point on this line. Any point on this line. The point will be 2 lambda plus 1, comma minus lambda plus 3 and lambda plus 4. This is any point on the line, general point. If this point also satisfies the plane, that means you will get this point where the line is intersecting the plane. So just put this point on the plane. What is the value of lambda? 4 lambda plus 2 minus 3 plus lambda plus 4 is plus 3 is equal to 0. Now 4 lambda plus 2 lambda, 6 lambda, and answer is plus 6. So lambda becomes -1. So the point is where the line is crossing the plane. The point becomes, just put lambda is equal to -1. That is -1, 4, 3. Can you find the reflection XYZ by middle point theorem? Ki 1 plus x by 2 is equal to -1. 1 plus x by 2 is equal to -1. So x becomes -3. 3 plus y by 2 becomes 4. So y becomes 5. And 4 plus z by 2 becomes 3. So z becomes 2. This is the reflection. So the reflection comes out to be what? -3, 5, 2. So the final equation of the line we will get is x plus 3 upon 3 is equal to y minus 5 upon direction ratio 1 is equal to z minus 2 upon -5. To find the image of the line, just check whether the line is parallel to the plane or not. If it is parallel to the plane, that means the reflection will also be parallel to the plane. That means the direction ratio will remain same. Direction ratio mil gaye. Now our task is to find the initial point. And to find initial point, you need to find the reflection of this point in the plane. And to find the reflection, you have to write this line. Just find this point where the line is intersecting the plane. And after applying the middle point theorem, you will get the reflection of the point. So get the initial point, you have the direction ratio, like the equation of the line. ठीक है. Because in NCRT also and in previous year questions also, just मतलब काफी बार यही पूछा गया कि the just find the image of a point in the plane, है ना. The first time this image of the line which have been asked in the plane to find out in the plane. So just remember this concept, ठीक है. Because this concept also covers this concept also to find the image of the point, है ना. So it's a tricky question basically. You have to check whether the line is parallel to the plane or not, because you don't have to work on this image, this direction ratio. Direction ratio will remain same. You just have to work on the image of the initial point. Next question is, yes, the concept of the intersection of planes. Achha, what is the intersection of planes? What will you get after the planes get intersected? What do you get if lines get intersected? Point. And plane ke intersection pe you get a line. That is known as line of intersection of planes. Okay, remember this. The intersection of two lines is called a point. The intersection of two planes is called a line, which is known as line of intersection of planes. जैसे बोलते हैं हम point of intersection of two lines, like this, line of intersection of two planes. So let the L be the line of intersection of the planes. And if L makes an angle alpha with positive x-axis, find cos alpha. Like this, see? These are two planes. This is a line of intersection. Okay? Like this is the wall, and another wall. What is the line of intersection? That corner line. The intersection of two planes is a line, which is known as line of intersection. So this is L, for example. So actually you have to find what is the angle, basically the direction cosine of L, which it is making with the x-axis, makes an angle. So that you have to find cos alpha. That means you need to find out the direction cosines of the line L. Basically L you have to find, small l, which is cos alpha. Tell me. To find direction cosines, you need to find direction ratios of the line. So I just want to find the direction ratios of L. And L is actually lying on both the planes. L is lying on P1 also, let's say, and L is lying on P2. So you just need to find the direction ratios of L, ABC. Okay? If you find ABC, then you will be able to find LMN also. Just find, the question is basically just find the direction ratios of L. L is the line which is line of intersection, but which is lying on both the planes. This is the hint, which is lying on both the planes. Yani the planes are containing both the lines. Both the planes are containing the same line. So use the concept when a line is lying on the plane or a plane is containing the line. Use that concept. If a plane is containing a line, what is the concept you will use? Assume the direction ratio of the line be ABC. So line is lying on both the planes, or both the planes are containing that line. So use the concept. 1 by root 3. How will you find the direction ratios of a line which is lying in the two planes P1 and P2? See, this concept, which can be asked in both the exams, mains or advanced. Okay, this is also a very useful concept if the line of, basically, if you have to find the direction ratios of the line of intersection of two planes, that means this line L. So use the concept कि L is the line which is lying on both the planes, है ना? So suppose this is the board and this is the line which is, the line is lying on the plane. What is the relation between the direction ratios of the line and of the normal? They are perpendicular. Iska matlab, that means the direction ratios, listen carefully, the direction ratios of line L and P1 is perpendicular. Direction ratios of line L and P2 is also perpendicular. If L is lying on both P1 and P2, that means, that is, direction ratios of L and P1 are perpendicular. Normal is P1 ke normal, and direction ratios of L and normal to P2 are also perpendicular. If in a certain exam, if this question is asked ki find the direction ratios of the line which is the intersection of P1 and P2, so just remember ki line L is lying on both the planes and the direction ratio of the line will be perpendicular to the direction ratio of both the planes, normal of both the planes. So now tell me, if the line, the direction ratio of the line is ABC, it will be perpendicular to the normal of the first plane. First plane is 2, 3, 1. So it is perpendicular to 2, 3, 1. What is the relation you will get? 2a plus 3b plus c is equal to 0. This is the first equation. And the line, same line ABC will be perpendicular to P2, which is 1, 3, 2. So 1, 3, 2. क्या मिलेगा? A plus 3b plus 2c is equal to 0. Can you find ABC by determinant method? So A upon what? Tell me. 6 minus 3, 3. B upon what? Minus B upon, है ना? 1 minus 4, minus 3. And C upon 6 minus 3, 3. Yani answer is 1 minus 1 and 1. ये ABC हुआ. This is ABC. Now ABC is basically direction ratios. You can find LMN and you just have to find L because you have to find cos alpha. So L is A upon under root A square plus B square plus C square. Answer is 1 by root 3. If cos beta has been asked, then this is minus 1 by root 3 and cos gamma is 1 by root 3. Okay? So just remember this concept कि if line is lying on both the planes, that means the direction ratio of the line L is perpendicular to the direction ratio of the normal to both the planes. Perpendicular to both. Okay? So just find ABC. These are the direction ratios of the line of intersection. The line of intersection, you can find element. Next. Let P be the plane passing through the point and perpendicular to the line of intersection of the planes. Okay? Find the distance of the point root 3, 2, 2 from the plane P. So पहले P निकालना पड़ेगा. You need to find first the equation of plane P. Just find the plane P and you know the distance formula. AX1 plus BY1 plus CZ1 plus D upon under root of A square plus B square plus C square. First find the equation of the plane P, then just find the distance. Solve it. And P is the plane which is passing through a point and perpendicular to the line of intersection. Read it carefully and apply the concept. Same concept. ठीक है, of the line of intersection. First find out the equation of the plane P, then just find the distance root 3 from the point root 3 comma 2 comma 2. Plane is passing through a point. How will you start the question? What is the equation of the plane which is passing through a point? Batao. If a plane is passing through a point, you can assume the plane to be a into x minus 2 plus b into y minus 1. You know the concept. And c is equal to z plus 1 is equal to 0. This is the equation of the plane passing through 2 comma 1 comma minus 1. And ABC are the direction ratio of the normal to the plane. Now, the plane, let's see, the plane is perpendicular to the line of intersection of the planes. What does it mean? The plane, there is certain plane which is perpendicular to the line of intersection of the planes. That means the plane is perpendicular to both the planes. See, line of intersection means what? This is the line of intersection, for example. A plane is perpendicular to this line. That means the plane is perpendicular, and the line is lying on the plane. So the plane, this plane P, is basically perpendicular to both these planes P1 and P2. And the planes are perpendicular means the direction ratios are perpendicular. Understood? Okay? If the plane is perpendicular to the line of intersection of the planes, that means the plane is perpendicular to both the planes. It is perpendicular to the line of intersection of these two planes. So it has to be perpendicular to both the planes, because the line and the line of intersection and the planes, they are all similar. They are all lying on the plane. Okay? So ABC is basically perpendicular to what? The first plane. Hai? First plane means 2, 1 and minus 1. That is 2a plus b minus c is equal to 0. And another one is ABC is perpendicular to 1, 2, 1. So 1, 2, 1. Hai? A plus 2b plus c is equal to 0. Find A. What is A? 3 minus b 1. Yeah, that means minus 1. And c is what? 4 minus 1 3. ठीक है? अच्छा, this is 3 also, no? This is 3. A upon 1 plus 2 3 minus B upon 2 plus 1 3. Sorry, this is minus 3, and C upon 4 minus 1 3. That means 1 minus 1 and 1. The distance is 1. Okay, now find out the distance. Write 1 minus 1 and 1 here. Okay, x minus 2 minus y plus 1 plus z plus 1 is equal to 0. The equation is x minus y plus z is equal to 0. What is the distance? Root 3 comma 2 comma 2. Formula batao. Root 3 minus 2 plus 2 upon under root of 3 plus 4 modulus. So answer is root 3 upon 3 plus 4 plus 4. Sorry, root 3. Sorry, root 3. So answer is 1. It's 1 unit. Understood? So if the plane is perpendicular to the line of intersection of the planes, that means plane is perpendicular to both the planes. Tabi it will get perpendicular to both the line of intersection of the planes. So ABC is perpendicular to the first plane and ABC is perpendicular to the second plane. If the planes are perpendicular, that means the angle between the direction ratios of the normal is also 90 degrees. So find ABC, the direction ratio of the plane, and just find out the distance. Use the distance formula to find the distance. Okay. Next. If the distance between the plane and the plane containing the lines is root 6, find D. Distance between plane means the plane has to be parallel. You know the distance between two parallel planes? Hai na? So first find out the equation of the plane which is containing these two lines. Okay? Write the equation of the plane which is containing these two lines, and after that just find out the distance. Use the distance formula between two parallel planes which is root 6, then find D. But first find out the distance, the plane which is containing these two lines. Okay? D is equal to. Achha, can you tell me what is the equation of the plane containing two lines? See, if this is the, see the formula. If this is, these are the two lines. Okay? And if you have to write the equation of the plane which is containing these two lines, okay? See, this is a plane. These are containing two lines. So you can find the equation of the plane, but there is a direct shortcut to find the equation of the plane. Okay? Like this. See, x minus x1, x minus x2, sorry, y minus y1, z minus z1, a1 b1 c1 a2 b2 c2 is equal to 0. This is the equation of the plane which is containing these two lines. Achha, that means the direction ratio of this line is perpendicular to direction ratio of the normal, and direction ratio of this line is perpendicular to direction ratio of the normal. So you can find out the direction ratio of this plane. But there is a shortcut to this method, okay, to find the equation of the plane. This is the shortcut. So if you have to find the equation of the plane, see now, take any lines, x minus 1, y minus 2, z minus 3, batao aage, 2, 3, 4, and 3, 4, 5 is equal to 0. And it is coming out to be x minus 2y plus z is equal to 0. This is the equation of the plane which is containing these two lines. Now you have to find the distance between these two planes. कौन से planes? ax minus 2y plus z is equal to d and x minus 2y plus z is equal to 0. Acha, if you have to find the distance which is root 6, that means the planes must be parallel. That means a has to be what? 1. A has to be 1. What is the formula for distance between two parallel planes? d2 minus d1 upon under root of a square plus b square plus c square. That means d minus 0 upon under root of 1 square plus 4 plus 1. And this distance is given as root 6. So d is equal to, so root 6 into root 6, that is 6. So d is equal to 6. So just remember this formula if you want the equation of the plane which is containing these two lines. So this is the formula, direct formula to find the equation of the plane. Okay? So I hope you will learn these concepts, okay, and apply this in the exam. So we have covered as many concepts. Okay. So, okay. Thank you.